Hi, this is Ren.
This is Casey.
And this is Lauren Greenblatt.
All right, so we are doing end of the year podcast for 2016 because
all the movies we saw.
So far, with the caveat that there's a lot of 2016 films that have not opened Chicago yet, and there's also plenty of films that we are all still trying to catch up with.
That too, but also there is this really weird window between very late December and basically early February that's sort of in notification limbo. So last year, I didn't have Anomalisa or The Room on my list of top movies.
Room. Room.
Comedy shows The Room tops the list of every year.
Every year. Every time.
Well, it never left theatrical release, so technically it's always eligible.
Oh, there you go. And then also The Revenant, to bitch back the fact that it wasn't on my top list. But then also, we can't put Silence on because it doesn't have a full release yet. We also can't put A Monster Calls because that doesn't have a full release yet.
Or Tori Erdmann, which is topping a lot of topping a lot of best lists this year.
Yeah, and then also 2 foreign films that were originally going to be on my top 10 that now aren't. I saw The Beauty Inside this year, but it was technically released in 2015, so that's not going to be on my list. That's a Korean romantic dramedy that was really interesting.
Was it released in the United States
What's it called?
in 2015?
Yeah, but I saw a screening of it in 2016.
Okay.
The movie is called The Beauty Inside, and it's a really, really interesting romantic dramedy where, the premise is there's a man who wakes up in a different body every day. So not only does he look different, but he'll speak different dialects, he'll be different genders, he'll be different ages, he'll have, different restrictions, and that's really interesting. But really the main component of the film is that he meets a woman, and they have to figure out how to make their relationship work, and then there's a lot of things going on with the woman, too. She is equally as much of a character as he is, even though she doesn't have that same backstory. And then also, the movie at first seems like it's going to be, you should love somebody no matter what they look like, but the theme of the movie is actually, how do you love somebody as they change? Which is a lot more interesting. And I definitely recommend that, but that was last year. And then the other movie that was going to be on my top 10 was Raw, which is that French cannibalist movie that actually isn't going to be released because we saw it in the film festival, but it's not really released in America until March 10th, 2017.
And I'm so bummed out because it was going to be on my top 10
It was going to be on my
list.
top 10 list for sure. I freaking love that movie. It wasn't as gnarly as a lot of people claim, but it was this cute movie about finding yourself, even if finding yourself means finding out you're a cannibal. It was adorable.
Yeah, but also the whole thing about people calling the paramedics and
That
all
was
this
so
kind of stuff.
ridiculous.
It's
Whatever.
What?
Ridiculous. Did you see that film? No? Okay. So that aside, those are my caveats that I'm getting out of the way right now. How about you guys?
Well, in terms of things that I have not seen, I have a list of almost 30 films that I'm still trying to catch up with, some of them which have not been released. The aforementioned Silence, also Tony Erdmann. Then there's films that just were not in theaters long enough because they didn't do well, like Rules Don't Apply, the Warren Beatty film.
And our film was Voyage Through Time because in Chicago it was supposed to be at the IMAX, but the IMAX was under construction.
Mm-hmm.
And then it was only here for 2 days. In those 2 days, it was playing at 11 p.m. So that wasn't going to happen.
And then there's films that things about that technically will not be released till next year, such as Happy Hours.
Mm-hmm.
And then, of course, I've as much cramming as I've done, there's major things I still have yet to see, such as Manchester by the Sea, which I know I have a feeling might be mentioned tonight at some point. There's a lot of documentaries I haven't seen yet.
Oh, yeah, a lot of good documentaries
The Tower is missing. Also on the just hasn't been released, but it's technically a 2016 film, Patterson, the new Jim Jarmusch film.
Right.
I'm a big fan of his work. His last film, Only Lovers Left Alive, was one of my favorites of, I believe it was 2014 it came out.
And Dead Man is one of my all-time favorite
Dead Man's
films.
a fantastic
so
film.
Good.
But those are things that will be discussed maybe at another time.
Yeah, exactly. There were some big movies that I really wanted to see that I didn't. I didn't see The Hunt for the Wilder People, even though I was dying to see it. I still haven't gotten around to it
Also
yet.
on my cram list.
Yeah, exactly. So there are a lot of movies where it's just It might have been on our list if we had seen it. You know, you just can't account for those
Or
things.
maybe we've seen them and hated them. Maybe.
Well, yeah, but like then you would make a note of it.
Yeah.
You know, but if you haven't seen a movie, you don't have an opinion.
Yeah, I mean, I had a film that I really hated that everybody seemed to like last year, which was
He hated it that much.
I hated it that much.
Which
yeah.
department would you close?
It Follows.
Oh God, yes.
Yeah.
That was 2 years ago.
Was it 2 years ago?
Yeah, that was
Are we-
2015.
Yeah, but we're
Yeah.
talking about a year from
It's
this
still
year.
2016. It was a year ago.
No, it was 2015. It was not.
It isn't 2 years ago yet.
Oh, right, whatever.
As of the time when we're broadcasting in Central Standard Time,
We cannot.
it is not.
You
even
cannot
8
see
o'clock
this,
yet.
but I am using a razor to split a hair.
Okay. Fair enough.
Yeah, and then the year before that was Under the Skin.
Oh God.
Love that
Critics
movie.
put it on the
What?
top of their list.
I love
and
the film.
That was my least favorite film that year. That
I
was my
think-
least favorite
As
film.
is your prerogative, it was my favorite.
Mm-hmm.
I-
You know the cake scene? No, I just want
You
to tell
told me the story, yeah.
Okay, I've told you the story. Okay.
All right, we are still not talking to each other?
No. It's
Now-
not that divisive.
Now, what?
It's not that divisive. It's not that divisive.
I'm trying to avoid silence on the radio.
Right. Okay. So how are we gonna go about doing this?
All right. Do we want to start out with like the beginning of the year, or
Maybe
just like some of the movies at the like bottom of our list?
I mean,
kind of work.
Personally, I have a top 10 and a bottom 5, which is weird because 2014 was such a good year that instead of a top 10 and a bottom 10, I had a top 15
Mhm.
and a bottom 5 because it was that good. But then this year, I actually had to smush in a couple things in my top 10 that if it wasn't for having to remove Raw and the Beauty Inside, I actually would not have made my top 10.
Mhm.
But I still ended up with only a bottom 5
Mhm.
and one honorary mention. So like I still couldn't come up with like a bottom 10.
Well, what are some maybe like honorable mentions?
Okay, my honorable mention for like worst movie is Yoga Hosers. There were 5 movies I saw that were worse than Yoga Hosers, but oh good God, did I not want to finish that movie. I had to stop it so many times because I couldn't watch it. It was like legitimately embarrassing. And it's one of those movies where like, no, you can't tell me you made that for little kids as your scapegoat for it being a stupid, terrible movie, because I don't think we should subject our children to stupid, terrible movies. I don't think that's acceptable.
Well, I think the big problem with Yoga Hosers also is Kevin Smith is a director that nobody can tell no now because he has a podcast and he just like makes movies that
He just
he
does
wants to
whatever he
make.
wants.
Yeah.
Well, who's going to tell him no? He is the quintessential indie director, I think. Where like,
And on the
There-
one hand, more power to him.
Yeah,
Exactly.
there's a part that I respect out of that, but
Yes,
like at the
I'm
same
not gonna
time,
lie.
I would rather him be making films that like mean something to him personally, not
Mhm.
just like, oh hey, I really love my daughter and Johnny Depp really loves
his
daughter and we're friends and they're friends and we want to make a movie. I need a little bit more than that.
But like Lauren was saying, like
Also,
more power
bad
to him.
Canadian accents.
Oh
like,
my God,
the worst. The worst.
At first, I thought that was the joke. Was that like?
I
they
think
have
it
to
was,
have-
but it was stupid.
No, it wasn't, because at first I thought that was the joke. That at the convenience store they had to have like very fake forced accents as like part of their job, but then everybody did it.
And my understanding that movie also has sausage Nazis for some
No,
reason.
Bratzies.
Yeah.
Okay.
But for a while before I saw either movie, I couldn't tell the difference between Yoga Hosers and Sausage Party for that reason.
There were so many sausage-themed movies this year. Good God.
Wiener.
Wiener and
Wiener
Wiener
dog.
dog. Yeah, exactly. But
We also
like
had
you said-
Sausage Party.
But like you said, like it is a Kevin Smith movie, and he's gonna do whatever the fuck he wants.
I don't-
Everybody else be damned, which
I'm-
is part of the reason why it didn't make my top 5.
I don't think he has made a movie I've liked since Zack and Miri Made a Porno, which was what,
And I was
2007, 8?
very meh.
I
on Zack and Miri.
actually
It
really
has some
like that
good-
film. I
well,
think it's one of his better films.
Exactly. Like I'm just meh on it, but it's not a bad movie. You know what I mean? It didn't speak to me the way that like some Kevin Smith films have. But
I think Kevin
okay.
Smith should. I think Kevin Smith at this point is most entertaining when he's doing his little university talks and telling about how weird Prince is.
Evenings with Kevin Smith.
Yes, the evenings with Kevin Smith are fantastic.
All of them are fantastic.
I don't need him to make more films. If he finds something personal that he wants to make, I understand he's going to try to make Clerks 3.
I like Tusk very much. I understand you don't. But
I have not seen Tusk, actually.
Oh, see, I think you should, because I personally love Tusk, and big part of the reason why is and it's also part of the reason why I don't like Yoga Hosers, is because there is it's not just like a range of emotion, but there are so many scenes that have very different emotions packed in together, and it's rare to like capture that in a movie. And I really like Tusk for what it is. I really, really do.
Mm-hmm.
To the point where I have walrus socks for Tusk.
It's adorable.
Oh, and you've seen those posters on our campus that we had, right? For Tusk, where they had like wanted Wallace posters.
Yes.
That was cute.
What about you, Ren? Did you have anything in your bottom 5 or?
Any honorary mentions?
Yes.
I have a couple honorary mentions for top 10, but not a lot.
Well, for honorary mentions, like movies that I like that just didn't get on my list.
No, for movies that you didn't like that got on your list, on your worst list.
Well, I don't know if this actually counts because technically it's a TV movie, but good God, do I have to fucking mention it. The Rocky Horror Picture Show television special movie was so god fucking awful. And I was like, I like Laverne Cox. I want to see her do great things.
Lauren, what is that face?
This is whatever.
What? Did you see it? Or
No,
did you not
I didn't.
See it?
Okay. I'm listening. I'm waiting for you guys.
Okay.
Okay, not only is the singing terrible, the editing is terrible, and this is not a live production, which I think it would have actually stood to benefit if it were a live production.
And the other thing too,
the dancing was terrible.
Well, yeah, the production design was atrocious. Oh my god!
I actually did like the King Kong thing, and I liked the thing.
The King Kong thing was cool, but also that one scene was the only good thing in the entire fucking movie, because it was also the only time that they let Laverne Cox sing in her range. That song proved that she could sing, and actually, a lot of people in the movie can sing very well. But for some reason, they were being directed to sing in ways that didn't appeal to their style of singing.
The whole thing felt rushed.
Yeah, the pacing was really
It actually was longer than the original film, which kind of blows my mind.
Getting through stuff. But then the other thing was, like, they were really trying to push inside jokes about Rocky Horror Picture Show. Like, they were, like, with the first scene with the Damage Aunt musical number. You know, we all know that the wedding is taking place during a funeral. That's cute. But then in the remake, they literally have the pallbearers chase around Brad and Janet with the casket. You know, like such like beating you over the head with a mallet, like, do you get it? But then at the same time, they're missing like the meat of what made Rocky Horror Picture Show. Like, they didn't understand anything about Brad's closeted homosexuality. None of that made it into the movie. And I'm flummoxed how that's possible.
Also, I thought it was weird that you ramped up the sexual nature of the time warp, but then cut down dramatically the Touch Me song. So I'm just like watching it going like, wow, this is like a PG rated movie. And then like they're practically dry humping in the time warp scene.
Not practically. They are literally, actually, not figuratively.
Yeah, and plus they had to change the dance, and the dance was stupid. And
a lot of stuff was stupid. It was really painful. It was hard to watch. But the Don't Dream It Be It, which for the record is like my least favorite part of Rocky Horror Picture Show. Not because it's bad, but just because like out of all the songs, it's the least catchy, I guess. That was easily the best part, because that was the only part where they incorporated new elements that didn't have to do with the original that actually really helped. The production design was actually good. They let people sing in their range, and the music sounded good. They weren't rushing it, so the pacing was on point. It was like literally the only decent part of the entire movie, and it was actually good. So if you're interested in seeing the movie, I would recommend just YouTubing that one scene and leave. It was so bad that it was legitimately worse than the Glee episode of Rocky Horror Picture Show, and that was that was pretty damn bad. Oh my god, that was pretty damn bad.
It
But-
also felt like Rocky was an afterthought in this movie, which I thought was interesting.
Yeah.
And they took away his sexuality too.
Yeah, which was super weird. Like, they put more sexual movement without incorporating any sexiness, which was very weird, because Rocky Horror Picture Show is pretty damn sexy. Even if that's not your particular proclivities, it's kind of hot.
Mhm.
So, I think everything's hot, though, so.
All right. Well, moving on.
Okay.
I didn't really compose a bottom 5, but in terms of honorable
Or
mention,
10. Might just
I
happens to
didn't
be 5.
compose a bottom list. I didn't see a lot of films that I really hated this year, but I would say
That's
maybe
good.
my biggest disappointment of the year was Paul Greengrass's Jason Bourne, the 4th entry in the long-running spy series. I'm a really big fan of the first 3 Jason Bourne films, all starring Matt Damon as super spy with amnesia.
Little long kiss goodnight, but it's okay.
No, I think they're very well-made films, and I think they also have a very smart, political savvy for their times. I think the first, especially the second 2, which Greengrass directed, the original was directed by Doug Liman, are a really interesting portrait of the Bush-era zeitgeist. And I think those films captured it way ahead of the curve of the rest of Hollywood. Which is why I was very disappointed by the new film, which came several years later after Greengrass and Damon left the franchise saying they had no more stories to tell, and they came back and proved they had no more stories to tell. They attempt to update the story with some Obama-era political paranoia involving drones and Google spying on people.
And like the NSA and
And
everything.
the link to the Google works for the NSA in this film. There's a Google-like corporation called Deep Dream, and the thing is, the credibility and verisimilitude of all that stuff goes out the window by the time you get to the end of the film, and the head of the CIA is giving a talk at a tech expo, as happens in real life. So
wait, if it happens, like, as happens in real life,
I was
why
being
is that?
sarcastic.
Oh, okay, I see.
Yeah, you've
I
never
had to question because I haven't. No, I
Leon,
had to question because I hadn't seen the movie.
it would be as if Liam Panetta gave a speech at an Apple press conference. It's weird. It doesn't make any sense.
Right.
Also, the way that the Jason Bourne character was brought out of retirement, there was.
Wait a minute. Does this have anything to do with? I don't know when the Bourne movie was released in regards to this, but I know that James Comey, the head of the FBI, did make a statement where he was like, yeah, if you put like a piece of tape or you put like something to cover your laptop computer camera, you're right. I do the same thing. Any smart person would do that. Is it like playing off of that?
No,
or is it
no.
something
It's
else?
basically that. Well, I'm not going to spoil the film for the
Okay.
people that maybe want to see it, but there is a very incestuous relationship between this Google-like company and the NSA. And there's a little bit of stuff that is interesting about the head of the corporations trying to decide how much we're going to play ball, what do we owe our customers. But a lot of it just falls flat by the end of it. Also, the way the Jason Bourne character is brought back out of retirement. The thing that was very nice about the other ones is that he had no real backstory because he had amnesia. You get little bits and pieces, but you don't need a lot. In this one, he gets a complete backstory, and he ends up being a very diminished character because of it. You know, he becomes a guy. Jason Bourne becomes a guy with daddy issues.
What?
Yeah, that's
Wow.
they get into the history of why he joined the military. That has to do with his father and disappointment, and and there is one very well executed chase sequence in Italy that brings to mind some of the recent riots, austerity riots, and that's very, very well done. Greengrass is very well known for his use of shaky cam and actually making it into a clear style that can work. But I think the film was a wash, and I left very, very disappointed.
And that's why it's kind of like your honorable mention bad pick.
Yeah,
it's
not a film I hate. It is a film I was massively looking forward to in a year that had some disappointing blockbusters. I'm sure we'll get to.
Oh yeah.
And from a
Hopefully
director,
in a full swoop.
I very much respect, and I have no ill will towards anyone involved. It's just it was a swing and a miss.
Okay. So with that being said, should we get into the worst films?
Sure.
All right, I'm gonna knock out 3 right away
Mm-hmm.
because they've been talked to death. They've been like the highlight bad movies or good movies or whatever this year. I'm kind of sick of talking about them, but I'm also putting them all together because I dislike all 3 of them for the exact same reasons, essentially, which is Batman v Superman, only the theatrical cut, Suicide Squad, only the theatrical cut, and Ghostbusters, only the theatrical cut. And I do not want to see the extended cut of any of these movies at all, especially because I kind of know what I'm missing in each of the extended cuts, and the idea of sitting through any of these movies to see them again, just only longer this time, is miserable.
Well,
also, I hate that notion that, like, oh, but in order to watch the movie how we really intended it, you have to watch the extended cut.
Well, there is a very long history of that being something useful to cinema that's allowed some really good movies to get seen. I think in recent years, the extended cut of Kingdom of Heaven is
Yeah.
Okay, that was almost 10 years ago now, but that is definitely a case where there was real studio interference and there was a legitimate vision that didn't get translated.
I got that for Christmas, by the way.
You're going to have fun. It's a great film. But, I have seen the extended cut of Batman versus Superman only. I did not see the theatrical cut, and there were a mass of people that said, no, you got to see this 3-hour-long version. That fixes all the problems. And you know what? As much as I did not want to see a Zack Snyder film again, I was curious. Also, maybe part of me wants to witness the folly of a 3-hour-long R-rated Superman movie, for kids.
And also, like, the Superman movie was also really interesting because that had the worst downturn opening weekend of any movie, and it was
still a hit.
Embarrassing.
Weirdly.
It was still a hit because of Friday's box office, but by Sunday the viewership went down 73%, which is insane. And also,
and that was also,
and I worked at the movie theater at the time, and I had people coming to the ticket booth just going, I really wish I could get my money back. I know you can't do it, but good God.
Yeah, there was not the rewatch factor, but also the reason why that one was particularly embarrassing of the bunch was because there was no competition. There were no other movies coming out around that same time. It came
out in March. They wanted that dominance.
Exactly. They got it, and they still had that incredibly steep downturn.
Now, having seen the extended cut, and being told this is the better version, I cannot imagine. Because I thought that the extended cut was incredibly incoherent despite being nearly 3 hours. More footage did not help Jesse Eisenberg's embarrassing performance as Lex Luthor.
He's coming back.
Oh, of course he is. Of course he is. They're all contracted.
No.
Now, the other thing is, and this links into Suicide Squad, there were a lot of fans who felt that if we could just see more of Jared Leto's performance, that I would like it more. And honestly, I got dragged to see Suicide Squad, and I saw enough.
Yep.
You cannot. The rest of his performance could be him reciting all of Hamlet, and I would still hate it.
Well, most of the reason why I think that his performance especially missed was for 2 reasons that kind of had to do with each other. He was so obsessed with outdoing Heath Ledger that he missed who that character is altogether.
We're talking about Jared Leto's Joker. Correct?
Now that's it.
No, we're talking about
yes,
Jared Leto's Joker.
Now the thing is, though, I can, even though I think I hated Batman vs Superman more, we shouldn't dwell on this one much longer. As you said, we should move on.
But I'm interested to hear what you said, because me and Ren have talked it to death. You have something to say, so you can talk as long as you want.
I'm trying to.
Sorry.
What I would say in defense of Jesse Eisenberg's performance is horrible, but he is making a choice. He's an actor I respect, and he's making a choice that I can understand. It doesn't work. It's a very bad performance, but at least it's a consistent choice. Whereas Jared Leto's performance is all over the place. It doesn't have any consistent thread. It doesn't seem like he has a consistent way into this character. and it's very, very hard to respect that performance or him as an actor afterwards. With that said,
especially the way he acted about it.
Well, you know, there were a lot of behind-the-scenes stories about how he essentially drove himself to the depths of madness.
After the fact.
And after the fact.
Yeah.
And, you know, Jared Leto is not an actor that I have a particular love for. I have liked him in some of his earlier films, which all seem to feature him getting beaten half to death or completely to death. You know, and I'm convinced that David Fincher was trolling us when he cast him as the white guy with dreadlocks in Panic Room, being surrounded by people who clearly hate him. Yeah, he's a very twitchy actor. He reminds me a lot of Eddie Redmayne in that way. And I kind of thought, even though there was a lot of blowback to Heath Ledger playing the Joker, Heath Ledger was a guy with a solid career and was clearly going places and had talent, whereas Leto getting cast as Joker, I just saw as an excuse for him to unleash all of his bad habits, and it turns out I was right.
Yep.
I thought he was great in Dallas Buyers Club, though. So, like, you know, and I liked him in Requiem for a Dream. So, like,
oh yeah, that's true.
You know, so like I was hoping that Jared Leto was going to carry on the legacy of Heath Ledger, and that's certainly not what we got.
And I also think that it's weird in both of the movies you mentioned, he somehow looks a lot older than he does in this movie, because in this movie he just screamed, both in his look and his mannerisms, of like Hot Topic obsessed 14-year-old kid.
Yeah, and part of me wonders how much of that is the director and the production designer that the costume designer
David Ayer
really
has a very toxic visual aesthetic that just does not work. No, you know, Jared Leto is not the only fashion victim in this movie.
No, for sure. Oh my God. I mean, I understand now, because I saw this recently, that Harley Quinn's Lucky tattoo
could have been
above
much
her crotch. Well, apparently this is based off a comic iteration where she had puddings written that same way. Either way, it just reminds me of Boner Garage from We're the Millers, and it just disgusts me a lot. Like, she was literally traipsing around in her underwear. There's no other way to get around that.
Again, I don't really want to dwell on the DC movies much longer, but that said, having seen the 3-hour cut of Batman vs. Superman, I still do not understand the bullets. And I mean, the two plots involving two different set of bullets, which are all different technologies. I do not understand. There's a lot of things I don't understand about those films. And
what were they thinking?
They were incompetent on very basic story levels, and they were long, and they just weren't fun, and they did not tell a compelling story. The stove is hot. Don't touch the stove.
Yeah, and we
should have known better with all these films. Now let's move on.
Yes, let's move on. I'm done with that.
I've already beaten this like a dead horse, but now I'm going to chase around its ghost with a proton pack, because I hated Ghostbusters.
We moved on. We're done.
I did not hate Ghostbusters 2016. I think it is no worse than Ghostbusters 2. And
a lot of people hate Ghostbusters 2. I don't hate Ghostbusters.
Also, I don't particularly understand the love of the Ghostbusters franchise. I enjoy the first Ghostbusters. Mm-hmm. It is a fun film with some issues. Come at me, bros.
Okay. Well, for me, I'm just going to say real quick, the reason why I lump all three of these movies together, even though two of them are comic books and one of them isn't.
Because we're all tired of talking about them.
Exactly. I'm just going to say quickly to get through all three of them, the reason why I don't like all three of them is because they seem to have progressively problematic issues in being racist and sexist. They don't have storylines that make any sense. They don't have a discernible personality, and they have no respect for their source material.
Also,
that's why I just knock out all three of them together. And they all are terrible theatrical cuts that rely on like the buildup of some sort of like extended release that I don't want to see. And for all of those reasons, I think they can all just clump together and be some amorphic blob that I can disregard. I'm done. Fuck those.
Okay.
Thank God those are done.
All right.
We'll talk about next.
Okay, my other two. that also kind of fall into these same problems were Birth of a Nation and Arrival. And I know Arrival is going to be especially controversial to say that movie was so bad that I got my worst of the list. But at least on this podcast, I'm not alone. I'm not on my lonely island of one, because I know you hate a lot of shit this director's done. And I know you liked Arrival until I talked to you about it for 5 minutes.
No, I think Lonely Island later.
Yes.
I think that Arrival had a lot of issues, mostly because it's a really simple plot that tries to play itself like it's a lot more complicated.
And they admitted in the movie. There's the whole thing towards the beginning.
ABCs.
Well, yeah, there's this whole thing towards the beginning. And I looked at the script. Lawrence plugging his ears, and I don't blame him. I checked the script to make sure that this was actually written and not something made up in the moment, but it is. There's this whole banter about like the introduction of the main character's book, and the other guy's like, "Oh, this is really good," and she's like, "Well, yeah, this is what you do. You know, you take very basic concepts and you make them seem a lot better than they really are and a lot more complicated." And you dazzle the audience with it, even though it's not that complicated. And that was seriously the screenwriter bragging about how he wrote the movie. And that's kind of shitty that like you can just see through it that easily.
Yeah, I've not seen Arrival yet. It is on my list of films to catch up with. It was a film that was very well liked by a lot of people and has gotten on a lot of top 10 lists. So, you know, you are going to take some flack for this. Now, my history with director Denis Villeneuve, it has not been encouraging so far, which is why I did not rush out to see the film. He directed Enfant D, which I did not particularly care for, and he directed a film called Prisoners, which is at the time, was a very well-liked film that was pitched as sort of a spiritual successor to Seven that has been, I think, forgotten by some people, but is still passionately loved. I thought everyone was on drugs. I thought it was morally repugnant dog shit that ultimately... slight spoiler alert, eventually comes down for the torture of the mentally ill.
Ooh,
shit. Yeah.
Oh, God.
And it is, I believe it was casually sexist and racist for how it treated the wife.
But exactly.
And neighbor characters who, it's a film about two families that had their children kidnapped. The wife of Hugh Jackman was in a cat played by, I believe, Academy Award winner Maria Bello. I maybe have that wrong. She spends the entire film tranquilized in bed after the first scene. The other family that has lost children are played by Viola Davis and Terrence Howard. They despite having lost a child, they disappear for large stretches of the film and are only trotted out to affirm the masculinity of the macho white dude who is torturing the mentally ill person who might know where the kids are.
Mm-hmm. Well,
now that said, there is a trend here.
Exactly.
Now let me finish. There is a trend here as to maybe why some of his films are well liked. There is some craft in his filmmaking, even though I do not agree with what he's going on moralistically with the stories he picks. There is also a great deal of visual polish. Prisoners was lensed by Roger Deakins, who is coming back for his next film, Blade Runner 2043, I believe is the title. And Arrival is lensed by Bradford Young, a very wonderful up-and-coming DP. And his films look fantastic.
They do.
They look fantastic. And, and there have been films that he has made that have gotten a lot of acclaim that I would like to catch up with despite my hate for Prisoners. Sicario is very well liked by a lot of people, and I will catch up with it eventually. My experience so far has not left me as a day one fan.
And I'm inclined to believe you with a lot of things, and I've said it before, but I'm going to say it again because it needs to be said. Arrival has extremely, extremely well done elements to it. The production design, the cinematography, the lighting, the amount of research that went into it, the visual effects, the sound design are all, if any of those departments won Oscars, I would be extremely happy because so many very, very capable artists were involved in making this movie. They were extremely talented, and there are a lot of elements of Arrival I loved.
Cast members.
What I'm going to say is thank God that Hawkeye was in this movie, because the way that the characters are written on script is so bad. You needed to have at least one person with an iota of natural charisma to carry the movie along.
And that is something that he is clearly figured out, that he does need to cast charismatic people in his films. All his films that he's made in Hollywood have been very, very well cast.
They have been well cast.
And I'm certain that if this man ever gets a hold of a good script, it's very possible he can make a great film.
Yeah, and I'm going to put a lot of blame on how terrible the script is, and with a lot of fundamental thematic and problematic issues with the film. Because also the other thing that you said that I think that there is definitely truth, I thought Sicario was also sexist, and I think Arrival is sexist as fuck. And you can disagree with that, because a lot of people who are parents have talked about how important parenthood is.
But I think when you look at it, projecting more of themselves into the movie than like what the movie is actually presenting.
Exactly, because the movie is so character light and so superficial in building the characters, and that's supposed to be like such a big part of the film. And also with the production design, you guys, the spaceship's a vagina and a uterus, and it is I've had so many arguments about this, but I still cannot see how this movie is not a very prolonged metaphor of a woman's biological clock. And I think that's
it fits in with the narrative of the story, which I won't get into details, but
I will see the movie at some point.
Yeah.
But like you said, I also had these issues with Sicario, where unlike Arrival, but in Sicario, there's a female FBI agent who's the main character, and she sucks at everything because she's a woman, I guess. Like, it's shitty.
Well, but even in Arrival, I mean,
she's awesome.
She's
her
awesome.
Entire purpose in life, no matter how awesome she is reduced to, can she pop out a kid?
I will say one thing that I was really frustrated, and this is something that, like, it's a weird trend that I see going. Is it that movies that have to have smart women have to, like, dumb down all the male characters? Like, why do men have to be stupid when they're smart women?
I don't think that was the issue with Arrival.
No, I'm saying this is a trend that I fucking hate in movies.
It might be a trend, but I don't think that was the case with Arrival.
It's a trend that's bothering me because I think women should be smart, and male characters that are in the film with them should elevate their intelligence, not be fucking retarded. In comparison.
Well, I think
to them.
I think there might be some films that I bring up later will hopefully buck that trend a little bit.
Okay, I hope so.
So yeah, the other thing that I brought up was
it's a trend, not
an absolute.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
The other movie I brought up, though, real quick, was Birth of a Nation, and the reason why that made my list was because that was another one where it was sexist as fuck, to the sake of being. Because a lot of people talked about Birth of a Nation. It was going to be like culturally very important and culturally very significant. And if it had any faith to its source material, it probably would have been. But when you specifically are cutting women out of historical reality, when you are cutting them out and you're making them all the same, and you're reducing them to they need to be raped and they need to be victimized, and this is the main crux of the film, is that all the women get raped at some point. This is most of the movie.
Well, that is the reality the director seems to know.
That is the reality the director seems to know. I tried to go in and divorce the art with the artist, but when the art is about that, there's no way to do it. But then when you like also take real life people and you take real life situations and you apply it with that lens, it makes me just I was just fuming in the theaters, like not nearly as much as I have been since I saw Godzilla 2014. Like, fuck that movie. Wow. But I did see a neutered version of the movie too. I saw apparently what was severely edited So I know I don't know.
That was what was released in theaters?
That was what was released in theaters. Apparently, if you saw the edit, there was much more to the film that I never got to see. So I also have to take what I saw with a grain of salt. But to my knowledge...
But that's also the cut that was given to the masses to be reviewed and digested and liked. So
exactly.
No, you can go off on as much as you'd like.
Okay. But I also think that part of the problem is that when the hero is still portraying the same sexist viewpoints towards women as the villains of the movie are, that's when I'm like, no, this is not, the movie is trying to highlight views towards women as being an issue. This is the movie endorsing these problematic views of women.
Yeah. I do have positive news, though.
Okay.
This is news that has just come to me today.
From your sources?
From my sources. Fakenews.net. I think that's one of those.
You have a guy on the inside. He hands you a manila envelope in this parking garage.
All right. So apparently the Emoji Movie has been canceled because of the online backlash, and they don't want to lose a lot of money.
Now, what is the actual source of this?
Facebook.
Okay.
No, but what's the source on Facebook?
It's an image.
Okay.
So
wow.
So you heard it here first.
Hashtag face news.
100% confirmed. Moving on.
Hashtag fake news. Moving on.
Jared Leto will now star as Batman and Superman in the next film, which will be directed by the reincarnated corpse of Howard Hughes.
Yay! Do you have a worst of list? I know you said it wasn't like a top 5 or anything.
I mean, I think we kind of talked about the films I've hated this year already.
Okay.
I have been very lucky that I have picked and chosen. I will actually want to say something in defense of a film that was hated this year.
Do it.
I recently caught up with Duncan Jones's Warcraft, a film that, I'm a big fan of Duncan Jones. He did Moon, which is a brilliant film. He did Source Code, which is a very good film, and
underrated, really underrated.
I think it's a solid film. Not as good as Moon, but it's very good premise. And hey, it takes place in Chicago, so woot woot.
High Fidelity in the house.
High Fidelity is not a film he made.
No, but it was in Chicago.
I know. And I was a little miffed by him taking on Warcraft. It was a film that was in development hell for many years. For a while, Sam Raimi was going to do it. The film came out to very dismal reviews and very dismal box office. It was one of now, thanks to international grosses, it is actually the highest grossing video game film ever made. But in America, it was a colossal failure. Now, one thing I really appreciate about it was it took a view towards its source material that actually made the film more complex than your typical fantasy epic. It is sort of a generic humans versus orcs sort of narrative. The video game source is very pastiche. But because you can play as both sides, Duncan Jones took the idea that both sides should be three-dimensional characters. And that is the film's best asset. Particularly the orc characters, who are very, very well written and very, well, I guess the word is human, for lack of a better term. And and then we cut back to the literal humans who honestly are not as well written, and the film has a lot of problems.
So it has Planet of the Apes syndrome.
It does have some Planet of the Apes syndrome. It also has a problem of, even though the orc characters are the best written and they are the emotional core of the film, they are the same ridiculous designs that do not work in live action, work great in the cartoonish style of the video game. So it's very hard to take them seriously when they're talking about the fate of their, will our children survive into the next world? Will we be able to build something for our kids? When their fists are 9 times the size of their heads. There's also a theme running throughout all the characters in the film of
family obligations of fathers and sons and brothers and sisters, and we are doing this for our family. And so there is a lot of the film's heart is absolutely in the right place, and I am convinced this is a film that understood its source material. It just didn't work as a film, but I think there's good stuff in there, and if you like Duncan Jones or like the source material, with reservations, I check it out. Also, it has some very cleanly directed action scenes in it. Not my favorite film of the year, but better than it had any right to be.
Yeah.
And I look forward to Duncan Jones' next film, which is a revisit to the world of his first feature, Moon. It's called Mute. I believe that comes out next year.
A lot of what you were saying was kind of in line with my expectations from the trailer, because I was just kind of like, oh god, the World of Warcraft trailer, and then I saw it and I was like, I kind of like the orcs. I kind of want to see a movie with them. I would watch that.
It is a film with a lot of issues, but what works about it, I think, is very interesting. I think it's a failure, but it's a worthwhile failure. It's not something to leer at and kick when it's down like Batman.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And I'm also a big fan of any movie that is willing to mess with the idea that we can only identify with humanoid characters when that's not really what we want. I really like movies that are at least willing to take that bet.
I think Planet of the Apes is probably the most successful at that.
Which Planet of the Apes?
The reboot series.
All right, then okay.
Though I would argue for the original series as well, but that is part of my nostalgia kicking in. But I really can argue for those films.
I really like the new Planet of the Apes films. I think they are not without issues, but I think they are honestly some of the best. I think it's the best ongoing rebooted franchise we have right now, and it's a franchise that does not rely on its own sense of nostalgia and actually tries to do some actual storytelling.
And also, I know this because of you, Lauren, because you lend me the Tales from Pre-Production Hell.
Okay, we almost got some very nutty Planet of the Apes movies over the years.
We did, but I like to make this joke that, like, no, Planet of the Apes is a perfect franchise. We have the original series, we have the reboot, and nothing happened in between, because I like to pretend that the one that happened in between didn't exist. However,
it would have been better than Oliver Stone's Planet of the Apes.
Yes, but I will say two things now because of that book that I read in defense of the original one, or the middle one, is one.
What's the book called?
Tales from... Go ahead.
Tales from Development Hell. I forget the author's name, but it tells the stories of several films that either never got made or different incarnations of them. And one of the chapters is dedicated to what
is now known as the Tim Burton Planet of the Apes?
Yes.
But what we find out is that it's not really Tim Burton's Planet of the Apes. He was brought in like 10 months after the movie started filming.
Not filming. But maybe pre-production, but not filming. He was present every day.
But he was like, after many, many, many directors were brought on board and left and brought on board and left, this is not his baby by any means. So I kind of like that.
And it has fantastic makeup.
It does have fantastic makeup. But the other thing that the movie...
Tim Ross especially. Good God.
So we're talking about... So welcome to Arcs of Film, where we talk about films from 2001.
But the other thing is that it's by the conclusion of that chapter is about how the creators of the Rise of the Planet of the Apes saw the quote-unquote Tim Burton Planet of the Apes, and that's what inspired them to make the reboot series. So if it wasn't for that piece of shit installment and fuck it and whatever, if it wasn't for that, we wouldn't have the new series. So that's like the silver lining in it, you know?
And speaking to a preview for next year, films to look forward to,
of the Planet of the Apes.
Yes.
I am very much looking forward to it.
I haven't watched the trailer. I'm going into it raw because
it's a solid trailer. Not a great trailer, it's a solid one. Yeah. All right, does anyone have anything else to say about bad things from this year? Should we move on to the good stuff?
Let's move on to the good stuff.
Cool. Let's do it, because I still think that there is much, much, much more good than bad.
Yeah, this year was tremendous, and it's also crazy because there's tons of films that I haven't seen that could be on my list.
Can we talk about like our honorable mentions that are not in our top?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, we definitely have to do that because I have a ton.
Okay, well my first one, because I'm kind of going in chronological order, my first one is discourse too much more, I promise. With the whole Ghostbusters, where it's like we need to prove women are funny, whatever, and that female-led comedies and gross-out comedies can work, which we already knew before Ghostbusters anyway. Earlier this year, we had The Bronze, which was fucking awesome and hilarious. It's a movie about a gymnast who got a bronze medal, but she's 30 now, and she's like she's not able to move past her glory days, and she's really crass, and she's kind of disgusting. And don't let this put you off. It's actually Bernadette from Big Bang Theory, but she doesn't act anything like Bernadette from Big Bang Theory, so please don't let that
Yeah,
flag
if you
your
don't like the
judgment.
Big Bang Theory, you can still like this
No.
movie.
I've watched this movie with like 4 or 5 other people, and nobody could recognize her from that show. Like, she's that dramatically different, so don't let that color it too much. I'm just saying that because when you see her boobs, you'll recognize her a little bit more.
Wait, she shows her boobs on Big Bang Theory?
There's a joke on Big Bang Theory, but, well...
Let's not talk about Big Bang Theory.
It doesn't matter. It has nothing to do with that. So, it's fucking hilarious, but part of the reason why it's so fucking funny is because it's based more in... Like, it's funny because it's kind of true, sort of a style of humor, rather than just, like, only gross-out humor. It's really human. It's really cute. It's really crass. Amazing gymnastic sex scene that's kind of awesome.
That's like one of the best comedic sex scenes I have ever seen in my entire life.
It's so good. It was good enough that I saw it twice, which I don't usually go to comedies to laugh. I go to other movies to laugh, but this was like a comedy that actually really, really, really worked.
She goes to comedies to do her taxes normally.
Usually, yes. Usually I do. I don't care too much for the quote-unquote comedy genre. I usually think funny movies are not comedies. So, was like
all my films are comedies. So
that was a fantastic one. And I saw a few other comedies this year because I went to visit my parents. And that was like the one that I really, really enjoyed a lot.
All right, so going into my honorable mentions, one film that I really liked that I wasn't really sure what to expect because I didn't see a trailer, didn't really know anything about it, and I thought it was a sequel because it shared the same title, and that is 10 Cloverfield Lane. I thought it was going to be a kaiju film, and it totally wasn't.
This is a film I liked quite a bit as well.
Is this on your top list, or is this like one of your honorable mentions list? Can we like all talk about it? Because I think we've all seen it.
I don't think we can talk about it now. It's a film I liked. I think it just missed my honorable mentions, but I think it was
mine too.
I don't want to steal a thunder from you since it's actually on your list, but I think it's a
honorable mentions. But yeah,
very smartly written domestic drama. It sort of takes the premise that it is a woman wakes up after an accident and she is told by I forget the character's name, but played by John Goodman,
who's amazing.
Who is amazing in this film. That the world has ended outside, and she's stuck down here. And there's a big question for a large portion of the film: has the world ended outside? Who is this John Goodman guy? Is he a crazy survivalist? Has the world actually ended? And the answer is kind of
miffy.
All of the above, a little bit, sort of.
Yeah, and I like it because, like you said, it's like kind of a cliche outline where they take it in very different, unique directions. It was such an enjoyable. I actually did grab a poster because it was free, and I liked it enough to have it on my wall.
I also really think the film very cannily plays with the idea of what danger she in sexually without hammering it home. But I think there's absolutely a lot of calculations with every interaction she has with both John Goodman and the other people in the bunker.
Yeah. The only thing, and this is kind of a nitpick, I agree with what you're saying, and I'm miffed that the costume designer was not on board with that idea. That's all I'm going to say about it, because it's kind of a nitpick, but it was kind of bugging me the whole movie, so.
Well, we should also mention that, what was the director's name? Dan Trachtenberg?
Something like that.
It was his first film. And
it's a solid debut
film. It is
film.
a very solid debut film, so, obviously there's always room for improvement, but I think it's a very smartly written film, and I look forward to whatever comes next from Dan Trachtenberg.
Have you seen
I also like the ending.
Episode of Black Mirror? Because he did my least favorite episode this season.
Well, I haven't
But
seen
I
much
st-
of this season.
But like
It's-
a least favorite episode of Black Mirror is still going to be like a 4.98 out of 5. Like,
no, it was still a really great episode, but like this season was phenomenal. So
Mhm.
yeah.
What about you? What's something on your honors list?
Well, I think just outside of it, maybe a tie, but I want to talk about a film that not a lot of people saw called A Bigger Splash, directed by I'm gonna butcher this, an Italian director named Lucia Guacchino. Sorry guys, kill me if I'm wrong. It stars Tilda Swinton as a sort of a Bowie-esque rock star who, for the moment, cannot speak due to a operation on her vocal cords. And she and her husband are hiding out in their Italian villa, and they are sort of invaded by her ex-boyfriend record producer, played by Ray Fiennes, and it's sort of left up in the air for a while. And she is this very poised Tilda Swinton character who cannot speak and is very, therefore, introverted and reserved. He is very, very in your face and overtly sexual, and I think he stripped within 2 minutes of him appearing on screen. So it becomes this battle of wills, and he very much comes to this villa with an agenda to get her back. And the way it plays with that stuff is very, 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 very canny and cunning and very well executed. I think the director has a great deal of style. The way he handles inserts and gives them character and menace is very, very interesting. His next film is the remake of Suspiria, also starring Swinton and I believe Eli Fanning. And
Elle Fanning?
Sorry, Elle Fanning, I believe. I could be wrong. No, Chloe Grace Moretz.
Oh, that's right. Chloe. I always call her Chloe Grace. What's her face?
So, he is a very interesting director who has something coming up that's very interesting. But I really like this film. I don't think what keeps it off of my list properly is I feel the last third takes a genre twist that I don't think it quite pulls off. But what works about this film really works. It also has one of my absolute favorite scenes of the year, where all these people are in the villa together, and Ray Fiennes is telling the story of how he helped produce a very, very deep cut of the Rolling Stones discography, which was apparently fact-checked by Rolling Stone magazine. And he says, I'm going to tell you this story, but let's not actually listen. Let's do a better one. He puts on Emotional Rescue, and Ray Fiennes starts dancing to Emotional Rescue, and
That's awesome.
it's an amazing sequence in a film that I think is 80 to 90% of a really excellent film. If you've not checked it out, the film's called A Bigger Splash, and I have a lot of affection for it.
I'm really glad that you told me about that because I'd never heard of it, but just on the casting alone, like a film with Tilda Swinton and Ray Fiennes working together, that's something I immediately I have to check it out.
And a very good performance by Dakota Johnson as Ray Fiennes' daughter, ?
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot to love in this film.
Cool. I'm just gonna run through like the rest of my honorable mentions and just kind of give like a snippet each instead of like a full dissection because I don't think they all need it. I really liked Deadpool. I really liked The Witch. I know the fight that me and Ren had, but the fight that me and Ren had was over like a star rating. I thought The Witch was awesome. Hang on, Hardcore Henry. I do really appreciate Hardcore Henry because the worst part was the plot, and they were really good by just reducing the plot to almost none of the movie.
Yeah, but like
That
the movie was
fun.
confident at just being what it was. It was great.
Exactly. Keanu was fucking hilarious and amazing, and I need that kitty movie calendar. And also, no matter how pathetic Jordan Peele looks, I will still totally hit that. Neon Demon might have made it into my top 10, but there's one reason why it didn't. It was an extremely good movie in terms of being well made. There were really interesting shots. I really enjoyed a lot of the characters and the narrative. The reason why it didn't make my top 10 is because it's a film that's criticizing the fashion industry. And I don't know a lot about the fashion industry, but this movie didn't tell me anything I didn't know.
Well, my thing about the film about Neon Demon is well, very much like the Bigger Splash. It's the last third of the film where, in this case, Refn has this reputation of being a provocateur. He is friends with Alejandro Jodorowsky, and he considers himself the rival of Lars von Trier. And
wow, that's a huge title to live up to, though.
Well, that's Nicholas Winding Refn, and he is a very skilled director who I have a lot of affection for. And I think it is a return to form after Only God Forgives, where, well, God may forgive, I don't.
I love that movie.
Well, I'm glad someone did. Now, my thing is, I think it's ironic then that the film starts to build a very provocative idea that all this menace around the fashion industry is centered around the Elle Fanning character, the main character. The idea that Little Red Riding Hood is the wolf is a great thing that's building within the film the whole time until the last third, where that sort of is thrown away and we get a different set of wolves. And I think what happened, even though
there are always bigger wolves than you.
There are always bigger wolves than you. And I think while that contains the most graphic imagery of the film, I think it is ultimately a much safer and easier direction for Refn to take. And I think there's a film very high on my list that I think out provocateurs Nicholas Winding Refn, and I think there's a few films this year that are better at being provocative than this one is.
I definitely agree, and you can tell that he's kind of full of himself with this movie.
Well, the thing is, there is a scene that's, we're not the first to mention the necrophilia scene in the
right.
I know people who were generally affected by it, and if you were affected by it, fantastic. I couldn't help but giggle and laugh because, he is trying very, very hard to provoke us at this point with, again, content that I don't think has that psychological, deeper element that was aside.
Right, and like you're saying, he's trying so hard to be provocative. But for me, when I was watching it, literally as soon as anything happened in the movie, 2 minutes before, I was like, oh, this is going to happen. 2 minutes later, it happened. Every single step of the way.
Now, that said, I think there's a lot of fantastic things in the film. And Refn is always someone who has played with camp elements in his films. So this is just a question of maybe fine-tuning. I really did love Christina Hendricks' cameo as sort of the impresario of the modeling agency. She comes out into the lobby, points at people waiting.
But I'm also going to love Christina Hendricks no matter what.
Yes. Yeah. So, that film's a mixed bag. I think it's something you're interested in seeing. You should definitely absolutely go check it out. It has some excellent cinematography, but I did not write the name of the cinematographer down, but it's a female up-and-coming cinematographer.
Yeah, so there are awesome women cinematographers that actually have standout work that are working.
Oh, no, absolutely.
Yeah,
there's a bunch of them.
Yeah.
And if you're a cinematography fan, check it out. It's a great looking film.
I'm just saying because accolades,
Yeah.
Guys, all right.
Credit where credit's due.
Credits where credits due.
Yeah.
But it is streaming on Amazon Prime.
Yeah, that's how I saw it. I will say I'm glad that I saw the other film that I saw that weekend instead. But there is, because you talked about the necrophiliac scene being something people responded to. Not for me, but for me there was one scene that I kind of want to talk about a little bit that was really the only thing in the film that I was really, really, really thought was standout, amazing, artistically interesting, emotionally moving, really, how do you say, morally complicated, is when she's in the hotel and the hotel owner, Keanu Reeves, who I was dreading, and he was amazing.
I really like his performance in this film.
He was so good.
I think latter-day Keanu Reeves has turned to he's gotten a lot of gravitas in the last few years.
I agree. I saw that he was in this movie and I was like, oh dear God, no. And he proved me wrong every step of the way. He was really fantastic.
His character.
I didn't see him.
His character just does not give a fuck and is so tired of everyone's shit.
But I didn't see Keanu at all. I didn't see Keanu Reeves in that movie at all. But he tries to come in and spoiler first. He tries to come in
for one viewer.
For one viewer. Right now, people later can come see it.
Mm-hmm.
He tries to come in and rape the protagonist, but he can't, so he moves to the next door, which has a 13-year-old girl that he was telling another person earlier. Like, oh, there's this 13-year-old, and she's running away from home, and she's really hot. You should check her out. You should hit that. So he is in the other room, and Elle Fanning's character can hear him raping her or killing her. She doesn't know what's happening in the other side of the room. And there's this really beautiful shot that had so much emotion to it where it's the circular outline of the wallpaper, and you could see her character like lean against the wall. You can see like the silhouette of her face leaning against the wall, listening to what's happening in this other room. And it works twofold because it comes back to the story that she was telling earlier, where she's like, when I was a child, I would see the full moon and I would say, can you see me? Can you hear me? Like demanding that recognition. And in this scene, she is the one, who knows what's happening. She should do something about it. You know, there's this little girl, she's 13, being brutalized in the next room, and she's the one who knows it's happening. She's crying and screaming because she's hoping somebody can hear her. And it's up to the protagonist to do something about it. And that moment was like so poignant. That one moment was the movie for me. But it was also one moment in the whole movie.
So you said you had other honorable mentions.
Not very many. Just the Killing Joke, because I'm more forgiving than most people because I can see where the production limitations inhibited where the movie could have potentially gone. I don't think it was as bad as a lot of people say.
I didn't see that film. I also kind of just felt, as much as I love the Bruce Timm universe, I don't necessarily feel that is the best home for this story. And as much as I love Mark Hamill's Joker, I don't think he is that particular Joker.
All I'm going to say two things, one for and one against.
Okay.
That I think you can appreciate. It builds on the Joker's backstory in a very interesting way that you don't see in the comic. 2, it's based off of the recoloring that's terrible.
Which is another reason that I've actually
It was based on that.
I've had very little interest in a lot of these DC animated films, and I think part of it is the artwork. You know, they take the story and they transpose it to a very different style of artwork that sometimes it tries to pay homage. You know, they do their best they can with their limited budget, but to me, you know, they're playing the notes, but they miss the music. And I felt that way about the Year One adaptation, about the Dark Knight Returns adaptation. You know, they're technically hitting the beats I expect, but, you know, I've also seen these stories strip mined in the live action Batman films. And I have the comics. I don't need this.
Yeah.
It's a great money revenue stream for DC. And I guess those are the most competent films that they're putting out.
Yeah. Well, me and Ren did a podcast about it where I put all of my opinions about it very explicitly. However...
And we can link to that in the show notes.
Exactly. But I will say for you personally, I think that it was going in a really good direction. It was severely inhibited by a 10-month pre-production or a 10-month production schedule. So if you do decide to check it out, which I would say I think you would benefit from seeing it. I'm not saying you would like it. I'm saying you would benefit from seeing it. But
I on the list of 40 movies from this year, I'm trying to see. I do not see any.
I would not watch it soon. Maybe next year if you could catch it or something.
Well, then there'll be 40 more movies I'm trying to watch.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And then my other 2 were franchise films. Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find It. I enjoyed it a lot for what it was. I was pissed by the twist at the end, but for what it was, I enjoyed it a lot. And then Rogue One, which I thought, finally we have a good prequel, but also I thought it was far, far, far and away better than Episode 7, and I enjoyed it a lot for what it was, and I fucking love Jyn Erso, and K2SO is, like, seriously one of my new top favorite characters of Star Wars. Yeah, and I liked the ensemble film, I liked the format, I liked a lot of what it was. It has some room for improvement, but a lot of the criticisms against the movie I don't agree with.
Yeah,
that's everything for me.
We have that coming down the pipeline.
So, but that's everything for me.
Until
we do our best.
I will probably be seeing Rogue One in a few weeks after I get done watching all the smaller films, because Rogue One's going to be around. I'm a Star Wars fan.
Be around for a while.
I didn't love Star Wars Episode 7 as much as some people do. I like it more than you guys do.
I'm one of those in between
Really?
people. Yeah, I like the movie, just not as
I
much as
like the
everyone
movie
else.
too.
That's another podcast.
Okay.
That's another podcast. We've talked at length about maybe some of those characters that.
Oh,
The-
yeah. I see what you mean. Yes.
But yeah. So those were your honorable mentions, Ren.
I'm done with my good honorable mentions.
There's only one that I want to mention, just because it's just outside, and that is The Other Guys. The Other Guys was
Wait, The Nice Guys?
The Nice Guys.
Okay.
So
that's-
not the
that's
film
on my
starring.
list.
No. Nice
No.
Guys. Yeah.
All right, so
Okay, well, that's on my list.
we'll talk about it.
We'll talk about it
We'll
then.
talk about it.
Cool.
Is it on my list? Yes, it is. It's one of those ones that just squeaked in because I had to get rid of some.
Well, I have another honorable mention. I'll sort of breeze through because we're only you guys only do up to 10, right?
No. I have a top 10 personally, but if you have more, that is fine.
Okay, well, just in the interest of keeping this even and working, I'm going to breeze through my films that are not 10. Also, my lists
Sounds
tend
good.
not to necessarily be in order. Usually what I do is like maybe the first 5 are actually in order of, I think, quality, and the rest are just wherever they lie.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not anal about lists. I think
Haha, you said anal.
give me more alcohol, say a lot worse.
Please do.
Or better, depending on how you view it.
I view it as better.
You heard it here
Of course
first.
We're drinking right now.
Anyway,
Oh, we're all drinking.
um,
It's New Year's Eve.
so a film that did not do well in theaters at all was a huge right flop, along with many films this year that I thought was very funny, was Pop Star: Never Stopping. No, Never Stop, Never Stopping.
And we all saw it, so we can all talk about it.
Yeah, I thought it was a really funny film. It is the Lonely Island people off of their success of Hot Rod and their very long run on SNL.
And I liked them very much. I think we all like them.
Yeah, they invented going viral, guys. They're great. And this is Adam Sandberg. Adam and Andy. I'm
Adam Sandberg.
Andy.
Oh, is it Andy? Oh.
All right, we're gonna fight over this. Anyway, someone Sandberg. He plays a very 2016 style pop star who calls himself Connor for Real, and the film is a mockumentary, very much in the style of recent MTV style documentaries, such as anything following Justin Bieber or One Direction.
Or Katy Perry had a couple too.
Katy Perry had a couple of them. Sadly, this film was not in 3D like many of those films are. I would love to have seen what The Lonely Island does with 3D because
especially the nude scene.
Especially the newts in your face, man, or not. And I think what the film attempts to do, and mostly succeeds at, is it's sort of an updating of This Is Spinal Tap, as This Is Spinal Tap took a lot of the conventions of the music industry in the 70s and 80s and spoofed them. I think that's pretty much what we're seeing with Pop Star Never Stop Popping, which Never Start, Never Stopping. I will get the subtitle right eventually, which pokes a lot of fun at sudden album drops like Beyonce. It pokes fun at the excessive entourages. It pokes fun at has a lot of fun at the expense of Macklemore.
Which I appreciate.
One of the best.
Yes.
As a Macklemore fan, I still appreciate
one of the
that.
best songs. And we can call this a musical. One of the best songs was a Macklemore spoof about I support gay rights, but not in a gay way.
Yeah.
And it's a very funny movie that sadly no one saw. It was barely advertised. It didn't even make $10 million in the national box office.
I think a lot of people saw that and were like, "That's a rental."
But it was not a rental. It's a theatrical experience. I would have loved. I caught up with it later. But I regret not seeing it in the theater.
I'm going to say one thing super quick. The reason why that was not in my top and probably would never be in my top is because my mom, who is super awesome when she's drunk, got drunk and was texting me when she saw the movie. And it was after I had seen the movie. So every time she texted me, I kind of knew what she was talking about. And her texts about the movie were a lot more amusing than the movie itself. Because my mom's awesome, you guys.
We'll get your mom on the writer for. We'll get her to join Lonely Island.
She was very confused by the quick change scene.
That was
But
not the
why
best
did they
setup
talk?
scene.
No, she was just. It was just very funny, her reaction to it. So.
I will say that the movie had a lot of.
Oh wait! I have to tell this story. Okay, when she was watching the Popstar movie, she was like, "Oh, Lonely Island, it's my dick in a box, right?" She has an app on her phone where she can draw things. So she drew a picture of a square with a dick in it. I was like, "Oh, Mom, that's funny, whatever." So then she sent me another one, and it was a pussy in a box.
You mean a box in a box?
It was a box in a box. And I just thought that was honestly a lot funnier than having your drunk mother send you a box in a box. That was it, though, for me. I'm done.
And
I enjoyed it a lot, though.
Yeah.
I'm with you on this.
Yeah. And my other honorable mention, sort of a tie, let's just call this tie for 11,
Okay.
was another musical that I've seen twice, and I like it a great deal. But the fact that it didn't improve on the second viewing kind of led me to believe that maybe this is going to be a love that doesn't last. It is La La Land, the new film by Damien Chazelle that is probably going to win Best Picture. Just because, Hollywood
berries.
Not member berries, no.
Hollywood loves movies about actors,
Hollywood,
or stage productions, or musicals. They love that shit.
Now that said, there's a lot to like about this film. It is, unlike, say, The Artist from a few years ago, which was I member berries very much.
Okay,
this is
I
a film,
adore that movie.
And I think I would like that movie a lot, The Artist, a lot more if it did not win Best Picture. I think it shoots itself in the foot in the third act with that weird Vertigo callback that makes no sense.
I disagree with that. I agree with the
You
fact
haven't
that
seen
maybe
Vertigo, though, and I totally agree with you.
maybe, but I can understand being miffed at it because it won Best Picture. But if you don't look at the Oscars and you just look at the movie and you go to the movie and
I think it's a nice
it is,
movie. I like The Artist, but
it was one of the first technically perfect movies I saw. But I also love that it does take this vintage idea, but it plays it to 100%, and it messes with a lot of ideas in it, and it plays it with a lot more emotional range. I
thought Hugo did a better job the same year.
Okay,
so this is the
part of it is the theatrical run where I kind of got the entire group being very invested in it. Maybe that's why, but I adore that movie a lot, though.
Welcome to All Walks of Film, where we talk about films from 2011. What I think is different about La La Land is that it is a contemporary film. It does pilfer a lot necessarily from the history of Hollywood musicals, but it does have its own identity. It does take place in 2016. It does, it takes just as much from, say, what's going on now in say jazz fusion and what's going on in say 80s music. It has a very wide stream of references and not just classic Hollywood. And it does have some very good performances from Emma Stone and Ryan Gosling, who, I think it's really charming that this is the third time they've been an on-screen couple together. I ship that. They did Crazy Stupid Love, which is a film I also have affection for, and
Photoshopped.
It's a great line, and he does look fucking photoshopped. And they also did Gangster Squad, which is maybe less successful, but they clearly like appearing opposite each other, and that's a pleasure of this film, that history that you bring to it. I also think that there is some, there's this weird thing where they are at the same time very basic characters, but there are some very interesting complexities that develop about this couple, that they are both professionals in very different industries, and how do we stay together when you're going this way and I'm going that way. And I think the discussions they have about that are very adult, and I appreciated that. I think the biggest thing hampering La La Land is that the songs are good, and there's some definitely great melodies, and that you go out humming, but a few days later I had trouble remembering them. But there's a lot of great use of color. There's a lot of great use of choreography. There's some very interesting stitched together camera work. but there's also some camera work that doesn't seem to work for me at all. So there is a mixed bag. I like some of this. I think it's an honorable mention.
Okay, I'm just gonna say super quick. I'm kind of dreading seeing it. I know I have to, but just based off of the perception, and also having not seen a trailer, because it's one of those ones where I try not to see
The trailers have not been very good.
It has not. I saw a clip of it, and it looked like it was directly from the "I Want to Be in America" scene from West Side Story.
They homage that.
I was afraid of that. Okay.
I like the movie, but I also like
will
musicals.
see it.
I'm a musical guy.
Like you said, it's pretty much
I hate
guaranteed.
I hate musicals the most among all of you.
Bullshit.
Ren is allergic to fun.
Yes, clearly he's super allergic to fun. He breaks out in hives.
Hey, I like
bathroom.
lounge musicals.
Whatever.
Well, I don't know what those words mean.
Lounge musicals like Cabaret, like
Cabaret's a great film.
Hedwig and the Angry Inch.
What makes it makes it a lounge?
Because they're literally singing in a lounge when they're doing it.
So you don't like people moving.
He's talking about diegetic.
I
He's
like
talking about
diegetic musicals where.
Which is still bullshit.
Well, it doesn't. It's not slowing
We're off
down.
to see the wizard, the wonderful Wizard of Oz.
But they're off to see the wizard, so they're actually moving.
You like to say mutually exclusive statements about music.
okay,
You're done.
okay.
You're done. You're done.
He is done. Ren has been tied up, and he is being subjected.
He's been tied up with a dunce cap on in the corner.
He is being currently subjected to the soundtrack to Bye Bye Birdie, which is a terrible musical.
He likes cats, though.
He likes.
Yeah.
Moving on.
Moving on. Let's move on. Okay, are we ready for like our actual top 10?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Very quickly, because I know both of these might appear on yours, so I'm going to be super quick. My top 10 is actually tied between The Handmaiden and Loving. And the reason why they're tied is because they're in my bottom 10 for very similar reasons. They kind of like barely etched in there. And it's because I will give brownie points to movies that are extremely original. Neither of these movies are original. They're based on pre-existing stories, either true or fiction. But also, my other problem with them is that they engage me in a very emotional way. But logically, I look at these movies and I'm like, I don't see something for a contemporary audience to really pick up and apply to their own lives based on these movies. That being said, I went into both of them and I was emotionally extremely invested. I think both of them are extremely engaging romantic stories, and I hate romance a lot. And the romance in both of them was very engaging, and I was cheering for them both the whole way. I loved artistically what they did with timelines. The production design for both of them was both on point and creative and original. The direction in both was far more than competent. It was truly artistic. I came out of both of those kind of like in a daze. I was kind of like encapsulated by the movies when I came out for hours and hours. I just adored both of them. But when I think about like what did I gain from seeing them, it was mostly just a really good time. But that being said, The Handmaiden made me go watch The Fingersmith, which I enjoyed very much, and Loving makes me really, really, really want to watch the Loving documentary. I haven't seen it yet, not for lack of trying, and I will, and I'm really, really interested to see that too. And that was also my favorite Jeff Nichols movie this year. Ruth Negga was amazing. Joel Edgerton was amazing. The Handmaiden, all the actors were amazing. But, God, do I like... Suki was too cute. I couldn't deal with how cute she was in that movie. She was too cute.
I do want to pick off that for just a second, because you said that the cultural relevancy wasn't applicable for Loving, and I would disagree, because Jeff Nichols himself brought up the whole equal marriage thing. That is not old. That
no,
just
it's not
happened.
Old. You're right. It did just happen. Maybe I mean like,
and for people who are, especially now, which like I'm not going to get too much into politics, but especially when people are worried about the security of marriage, extremely relevant.
That's Okay, that's fair. I'm talking about more like, unlike other movies that are higher on my list, I didn't take something and apply it to my own life. There is a bias of I saw the movie and what the movie was about did not apply to me directly. And that's fair. That probably did apply to a lot of people and helped them in ways that it didn't help me, and that's completely fine. That is the beauty of movies. I'm saying for me, that's why it's close to the bottom. Now, I don't mean to say for all people or for Americans or anything like that. I probably misspoke. But I just mean for me, in my lonely island of one. That's why I say that.
The downside of Loving that I thought was the film felt a little too safe.
The characters were very perfect.
Yeah.
The characters were very perfect, which I enjoyed at the time, but when I thought about it later, I was like, it would be nice if Joel Edgerton had more than one flaw that highlighted how perfect he was, and Ruth Negga had any flaws at all.
Other than his really, really bad teeth.
No, that doesn't count.
But that was a choice that they decided to make.
No,
first,
I know.
which is accurate to the actor. Yes.
I agree.
He has very disgusting teeth.
Do you have anything to add?
I have not seen Loving.
You should. It's fantastic.
I have not seen either of the Jeff Nichols. I've actually not seen any Jeff Nichols film at all, sadly.
Oh my God, you should. Jeff Nichols is amazing.
I'm a very deprived child.
He's also very cute. He's another one of my celebrity
You would tap that?
crushes.
Yeah,
I no, because he's married, and I
wrote-
respect that.
Well,
I wrote
you know,
my thesis.
If there's like an understanding with the wife and maybe she's there.
No, I wouldn't tap that. I like him too much as a human being.
I wrote my
I wanna
thesis
date
on
him.
Jeff
That's the
Nichols,
problem.
which I then gave to Jeff Nichols during a screening.
And he gave it a B.
I haven't gotten a response from him,
Okay.
but he's busy.
He was very nice about accepting it, and he was very appreciative, and he was very, 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 very cool during the interview.
Okay.
And he said a lot of really awesome things about his kid, and Joel Edgerton was there, and he was very funny. And also, I'm going to say one thing super quick. Midnight Special was not make either lists because of things, but there is a driving action sequence that is the best thing I have seen since a Mad Max film.
And we all know how much she loves Mad Max.
Yes, but the driving action sequence was so fucking good.
All right. So getting to the bottom of my list, I'm not going to get into too much detail because you haven't seen it, but it's The Witch. I really like this movie, partly because I want to see more horror films that take place in something that isn't modern times or like slightly close to modern times, you know, like the 50s. It seems like we can't go past like the 50s, or if you're going to push a little bit further, we can't get past like the 20s. Like it seems like we're stuck in a certain time period for horror films. This film's like, yeah, we're going to take place during the 17th century. And
if you don't like the lingo and you don't like the costumes, then too bad.
Yeah, I will say that this is definitely a movie that serves to benefit with subtitles. I did not see it with subtitles. I was able to understand the
we
lingo,
also saw
but
it in theaters. So.
yeah, but I can understand if you need to put those subtitles on because they have very heavy. What?
Because you're wimps.
They have very heavy Old English accents, and they are using Old English in the film as well.
Exactly. Yeah, so if you're not extremely familiar with the dialogue, it helps have the words, I guess.
This is also a movie for production designers.
Oh,
I
God, yes.
really hope that this movie gets a nomination for production design because as much as I like to criticize the Oscars for fapping over period pieces, the painstaking research that this film took deserves the nomination.
Even which Cinema Sins went ahead and pointed this out, and I'm going to counter
this. They don't even
this.
review films, though.
No, they don't review films, but they did make a specific point about the beanie being from, like, American Apparel. And it's like, they were so painstakingly historically accurate that there's a certain line when you're trying to be historically accurate where you're trying to balance what is actually accurate and what people think are accurate. And there are certain things that are old that people think aren't old and might draw people out of it. And they were like, fuck it. No, we're going to put that in the movie. And they did. And also, I was sitting there during the movie taking extensive notes about the costume design and patterning, and I seriously want to make that cute pink dress. Like, oh my god. I don't want to wear it, but I want to make it.
It's just like such an off pink. Like it's great.
Oh, it's such a like light pink, but also the specific cut of the top and the silhouette was just like, it wasn't cute, but it was interesting, and I want to make it.
So that was The Witch, and I saw The Witch at Best Buy on Blu-ray for $6, I believe it was. So go do that. Also, you know what the director's next film is?
What?
Yes.
He's doing Nosferatu.
Oh yeah, that's right.
So
I have very mixed feelings about that.
well, you know, it's not like it's never been made before.
Right, but I'm also like, look at what he did with an original concept. Can we just like let him do his own thing and not have him do a remake?
Oh no,
This is how you
this was
get
his
money.
passion. This is one of his passion projects.
Oh, okay.
He actually
That makes me feel better.
he did a production of Nosferatu as a high school play, and it was so well received that he actually did as a real theatrical production right out of high school. This is one of the reasons he makes movies. No. He's into Nosferatu.
That makes me feel a lot better.
Yeah.
That's awesome. I'm really glad I know that now.
My number 10 is Jeremy Saulnier's Green Room.
Oh, that's on my list too.
I will talk about it briefly, and we'll talk about it more when you get.
No. I'm lumping mine in with yours. We're gonna talk about it now.
Okay.
'Cause fuck yeah.
Let's just talk about
so
it now.
this-
Is it on your list too?
Of course it's on my
This-
list.
Yes.
This is his, I believe,
Fuck yeah.
third feature. After which I had mixed thoughts on, and
I did too.
What did he do before that one?
Party something.
Party something was the official title. We are bad film critics. We will have a pinhead come and spank us. Anyway.
There we each go.
Ooh. Jombre. Anyway. So Green Room features a punk rock band who in contemporary 2014 or whatever it is, who are not doing very well.
Because the punk scene is dead.
Well, it's not because the punk scene is dead, but because they're kind of hipsters about it. They want to be very authentic. They have no Facebook presence. They don't do very much with their phones. Like they basically don't.
The punk scene is dead.
They don't exist, and they're purists. And they end up after getting stiffed by a reporter, they end up taking a job at what turns out to be a Nazi bar, where they witness a murder and end up being barricaded in the green room with neo-Nazis coming to kill them. The head neo-Nazi is played very chillingly by Sir Patrick Stewart, who sadly does not drink any Earl Grey tea during the course of the film.
Aww.
Maybe he did. I haven't seen it since
No,
April.
he didn't.
It is on the surface, it is a very John Carpenter-esque film. I think my initial complaint with it is that some of the characters seemed a little sparse, but they're also what I appreciate the film and what works in the John Carpenter-esque way is the sort of machine-like logic of working the problem and working situation. I think it starts to cheat a little bit towards the end, but I think by and large it's a very well executed thriller that worked for me, and I liked the relationship, the negotiations between Patrick Stewart and
Anton Yelchin.
and Anton Yelchin, who plays, I think, one of the de facto leaders of the band. It is also one of the very few films in a very long time to actually make me flinch from the violence. I'm pretty hardened at this point, but even I went ugh a few times with especially one scene involving Anton Yelchin's arm and another involving someone's stomach. Jeremy Saulnier has a nice career ahead of him as a sort of John Carpenter-esque type person if he wants that. Now, this is also kind of a trend of horror films we have recently, though I wouldn't consider Green Room a horror film necessarily, of films that very much take from John Carpenter. It Follows was another one recently. The Guest was another one recently.
Yeah, definitely.
the problem I think with those films is that, you know, it's a shame that we can get all these John Carpenter homages funded, but actual John Carpenter films can't get made.
That's because he comes out with crap like The Ward.
You know, I think at this point, that was 10 years ago. I think if you wanted to make another movie,
was
you'd
it
get
really?
funded. It was 10 years ago.
Oh shit! I didn't know that when I saw it. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no. No, he's been out of work for a very long time, and he's now has a second career just touring with his themes, his music.
Mm-hmm.
And also, at some point, you know, you watch these films and you wonder, why am I watching a real John Carpenter film? Which is sort of not to get off topic.
This film, but not this film.
In general, yes.
Okay.
Which is, you know, and we're not going to get off track here because I'm a wet blanket about this, but that was sort of my reaction to Stranger Things. Which is, you know, I can watch E.T. or an actual John Carpenter movie instead of this. But I don't know, why do you guys feel that maybe Green Room is more than just a facsimile of another director?
Partly because so much of it was based out of the director's passion. The directors were super cool and let all the Columbia College kids like subtly stalk him after he was there, like for the Q&A, which was super cool.
I had a 30-minute conversation
awesome.
with
He was
him
very
after
awesome.
the movie.
But
It was awesome.
One of the things we found out in his Q&A was his deep connection to the punk scene and how much he loves music. The two of us bonded over like cassette tapes and how awesome that was when that was a thing. I think a big part of it is just that this was a passion project of his. He's had this on the back burner for a long time, and he did care so much for the story, the setting, the content, and the characters. This was his baby. This wasn't, I need to put out a horror movie in theaters and this is what I'm going to do because this hasn't been, like, this is what's going to get asses in seats. This is what he really cared about, and he didn't care what other people thought about what he cared about. Like, I love this so fucking much. I'm not going to spoil how, but they bring up Creedence Clearwater Revival in the movie, and I can appreciate that. They're not my thing, but they get a bad rap based off of one song, which I do think is unfair. And there was one guy in the Q&A who, like, he raised his hand, he got to ask his thing, and he was like, hey, fuck Creedence Clearwater Revival. Like, that's the general reaction. He doesn't give a fuck if that's what you say. That's not the point.
But there is that nice running gag with, as the situation gets worse and worse, they put up what is their favorite desert island album. And at first it is the go-to punk rock albums and bands. And towards the end, they're all going to die. It's like, fuck it, ABBA.
Exactly. That's what I really like, is that the movie is about, like, punk, but it's also about the soft, squishy center. That is a part of punk, though, when you really think about it.
And it is a very inside baseball type of movie in terms of the punk scene, because it is basically two sets of outsiders pitted against each other.
Mm-hmm.
They are, no one here is someone the straight world would care about, and maybe the perception of among some of normal society is that these are all the same people.
And there is the extreme side of this film where it's like, oh, if you're part of this, you're like one of those fucking neo-Nazi freaks.
And the neo-Nazis are part of the punk scene.
They are part of the punk scene, and the movie doesn't ignore that or brush it under the rug. It brings it front and center.
And I also think that with considering what maybe happened in the latter half of 2016, this seems a little less obscure to suddenly bring neo-Nazis into the conversation.
Right, exactly. I am going to bring up, though, that my nitpick about the movie, it's only one scene, but I did really hate that when they are giving this performance in front of the neo-Nazis, the sound design fades out of what the band is actually performing.
I love that touch. I love that touch.
I hate that because the point of that scene should be the music that they play. Like, the original music should be a center point of the film, especially since it was based off of actual music that the director was involved in.
To me, that moment was a scene of, okay, we played Nazi punks, fuck off, we riled you up. Now we're playing music we both like. I think there's a weird moment of camaraderie there, and I think...
No, I'm talking about when they're on stage
I'm talking about that moment too.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, I have not seen the film since it came out in April, so my memory maybe needs a refresher. But no, if we're talking about the same thing, I like that scene.
I want to ask real quick, what is your desert island band? I can go first if you guys need a second.
Yeah.
The Decemberists. They've been my favorite since I was 7. I don't think that's gonna fucking change.
My Desert Island Band is often credited for destroying punk. So it's very relevant. And that's Green Day.
Oh.
Fuck Green Day.
Yes and no.
My Desert Island Band would not change it either here when I have the confidence, or if I was staring down a bunch of Nazi punks. I want to be stranded on a desert island with fucking Bo Diddley.
Okay. All right.
Or Howlin' Wolf.
No. You gotta pick one.
Howlin' Wolf.
Okay. Anything else?
Well, before we fail to mention this, rest in peace, Anton Yelchin.
See, I was avoiding that because it hurts too much.
That was a very horrible loss. We had a lot of people die this year unexpectedly. Some were a little more expected than others, but that one was surprising. He was definitely an actor who had, he was an actor who I had to grow on me. But I think he definitely had a future, and he had some very fun performances that he did. I did like him in Green Room, even though I think some of those characters are underwritten, which does hamper his performance. It was a very sad loss.
Yeah. I will say one of the things that I came out of this movie thinking, like the forefront of my mind was, I can't wait to see him in another movie. So I was really upset about it, honestly.
Well, we did get him in at least one more movie.
Yeah, but it's still rough. It's really rough.
Of course.
Okay. I guess I'll move on.
On that note, tonight's episode is sponsored by alcohol.
Yes, drink lots of it.
And it's sponsored by the Celebrity Shelter Group. If you're a celebrity and fear being a celebrity, stay indoors and get a celebrity shelter.
Oh, also, make sure you don't do anything. Don't just stay indoors, stay in bed. Don't do anything.
Did you hear about
Most
the
accidents happen
Kickstarter
in the home.
for Betty White?
Yes, I did hear about that.
What is this?
There's a Kickstarter to protect Betty White from 2016.
Well, we've got a few more hours.
GoFundMe. Sorry, I was wrong.
All right. Go with your next pick.
All right. My number 9 pick is The Nice Guys. And here's the main reason why.
Well, Ryan Gosling.
Actually, no. Ryan Gosling does not twitch my clit that much.
Well,
he does good work, but I really he's not my thing.
He has very, very dreamy eyes.
Yes, he does.
I said mine. I didn't say everyone's.
He can stare into space like no one else.
Okay. It is Ryan Gosling in Worse Than the Real Girl.
Yes.
That's my favorite performance of his, and that's the only one where I'm really not in a dreamy way, but acting wise.
I like him in Only God Forgives, but Lauren and I will get into a fight over that. So
I like him in Drive.
He's very good in Drive.
But
I like him in Crazy Stupid Love, and I like him in The Nice Guys.
But
he's very funny.
My reason for really liking The Next Guys, or the Next Guys.
Next Guys.
Never stop popping.
The Nice Guys. I went into it thinking that it was going to be a cute time period comedy, very Inherent Vice, which I also really liked, but I liked this movie a lot more than Inherent Vice because it used the time period as actually a criticism of modern day issues. It took very relevant issues of puritanicalism, of environmental and degradation, and political corruption, and took very modern problems and put it in the 70s so that way then we can say, hey, we've been bitching and moaning and protesting over these same problems for going on almost 40 years now, and nothing's fucking changed. And I think that there is something very powerful to be said for that, not just for the people who lived in the time, but also for people who were born after that time and don't, we can watch all the documentaries, we can hear all the stories, we can read all the articles. We don't know what it was like to be alive in that time. And I thought that it was very powerful that they took a period comedy and talked about all these issues, and also both in the film and in its advertisement obfuscated all of these very potent, serious issues with pornography and hot naked women.
Which, to be fair,
Which is
the film
fun.
has pornography and attractive naked women.
Very much so.
I
If that's the only reason you're going in, you're not going to be disappointed. But if you want something more, that's there too.
thought it was honestly, I thought it was just okay.
That's okay.
It's a film I wanted to like a great deal, and I think there are a lot of laughs with the. It is a very good pairing between Russell Crowe as the enforcer and Ryan Gosling as the wimpy detective. I think, and the daughter.
And the daughter, who is awesome.
I mean, some of it's a little hackneyed, and some of it is hackney Shane Black cliches from the early '90s, and is kind of aware of that. I don't think it ultimately is. I think you see things in the film I don't, which thank goodness.
High five.
High five. I also. Let's not get into that comparison in Inherent Vice, which I think is
that was my
brilliant
expectation going into it. Now that I've seen both, I don't agree with that at all.
No, Inherent Vice is a much better movie. Inherent Vice is a masterpiece.
I'm not going to say that, but I'm going to say I enjoy Inherent Vice very, very, very much.
Okay, that movie breaks my heart. Anyway,
Yes.
I will say that this. While I really like The Nice Guys, I think it pales in comparison to Kiss Kiss Bang Bang. I think Robert De Niro. Robert
That would
Downey
be a
movie. Robert Downey Jr. and Val Kilmer's.
Val Kilmer Jr.
Yes.
But here's the thing. We're talking about movies of 2016.
Yes.
And if we're talking about things that were extremely important to 2016, this was a movie that did need to come out this year.
Yeah.
If we're talking about cultural landmarks of 2016, I think that this, if it was another year, maybe not, but this year we needed this movie, especially early on.
I'm just saying, while I really like The Nice Guys, I like this previous film a little bit more.
That's fine. His previous film didn't come out this year.
So, your next film.
Yes, you're next. Oh, also, when I was her age, I wanted to be that daughter. It was nice to see that in a movie, especially a movie for grown-ups. I like that. I like movies that don't infantilize children.
All right, so my next film, we talked about a little bit before, and that is The Neon Demon. I really like pretty much everything I've seen of Nicholas Winding Refn, including movies like Valhalla Rising,
Which I still need to catch up with.
And Valhalla Rising is a great movie with practically no dialogue. So I thought that was a very bold choice. I love it. Neon Demon, I hate the fashion industry. I hate what it does and says about women. I also hate the fact that it kind of illustrates this weird sexuality that doesn't seem to be centered around what most heterosexual men are interested in.
Or
Women,
homosexual women.
yes, but most guys don't like super skinny women. But there's always this push to have this modelish body, and women will
But you know what
do
that is.
all kinds of terrible things to their body in order to have this modelish image.
But that's but the thing is I think your complaint was this is nothing I don't already know. And this film could have been made 10 years ago. It could have been made 20 years. It essentially was made 30 years ago with Blow Up, which I think is a film I also have a lot of problems with. But
the only thing that makes this 2016 is that it's ridiculously trendy.
Yeah, and there is this fairy tale element that I think is unique to this, but I also, different industries. But I don't think this is very far removed from, say, Mulholland Drive. I just feel.
I also think Mulholland Drive's better.
Well,
Not
Mulholland
by a
Drive
lot,
is
but
on my
yes.
top 10
No,
of all time.
Now that's I think there's a lot of good things in this film, and I think it's also a very funny movie, which I don't think any of us have really mentioned. He does play with camp, and I think until the last third, I think a lot of the jokes land. And so there is a lot to.
Well, there are some
works there.
issues, but it is I don't think one of the three of us are going to say that it's anything less than a great film, are we?
I wouldn't. I'd say it's a great film. I'd say it's a good film.
Okay.
I think it's an okay film with some serious issues. I think it does have some very spectacular scenes where she is getting the photo shoot done by that weirdly predatory yet asexual photographer who rubs glitter all over her body. That is an incredible image.
I think so too. Yeah. I'm going to get back to your point real quick. You know the reason why there is this push for women to have those kinds of bodies, right?
So that fashion designers can be lazy?
That's exactly right. I think anybody who's seen at least a season of Project Runway, but especially if they've seen multiple seasons and have seen this recur over and over and over again, fashion designers don't know how to make clothes for normal-looking people. It's easier for them to make clothes if you don't have a fucking body. And it is not this thing of, historically speaking, and from my personal opinion, not stating this as fact, but it is not this idea that super skinny, fake-looking women are sexy, and that's why people want to be like that because they think that's sexy. It is this thing of women are sexy, but then it's easier for the fashion designers and cheaper for the fashion designers who are using very expensive fabrics to make clothes that aren't made for real people. And then that gets pushed out and people want to look like those models because something like that is never going to look good on a normal body. And then that's what pushes that as a beauty standard, not because of sexiness or beauty, but just based off of this stupid thing. And now we've perpetuated it for so many years. That's what we think.
Piggybacking off of what Lauren said a little bit earlier, talking about the scene with the photographer.
Mm-hmm.
One of the things that I really liked about this movie was the movie always danced around rape and sexual victimhood without getting rapey, which I thought was really interesting. Now, there was the scene with what is the actress's name?
Elle Fanning?
No. She was in that god-awful Zack Snyder movie.
I don't know.
The makeup artist.
But I don't know what her name is. But the makeup artist.
Yeah, the makeup
redhead.
artist.
It was kind of a little bit hot at first.
Anyway,
Sorry.
But the scene that really got to me was when Keanu Reeves came to her room, and it's kind of unclear whether this was a dream or not. And he just takes that knife, and it's very evocative of oral rape, but it's just a knife, But it's more than a knife, and I think that it was a really interesting tool that that Nicholas Winding Refn used to show, the predatory nature of both men and women towards, this one woman.
Mm-hmm.
And, like you said, that she, on one hand, she's Little Red Riding Hood. On another hand, she's a wolf.
But on
Maybe
the third
she's
hand,
less-
there's bigger wolves in the forest.
And on the fourth hand, this is anatomically incorrect.
And,
Well, yes. No, there's a little Wassoism going on in there.
and also they're cougars in the hotel
I'll
rooms.
say.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I thought the choice of color, lighting, oh my god, lighting in this movie
Yeah,
was,
but
like,
I will say most of
very stylized, I know.
No, it's not that. It's just that is what made it 2016. Because, like Lauren said, this movie without the production design could have been made any year. But what made it a 2016 film was the PD. It was playing very much into very, very contemporary fashion trends, which was simultaneously interesting and a little bit of a cop-out.
And one thing that may be kind of this idea that is very modern is this idea that she is sort of controlling herself as a brand, and that's what her identity is made up of. The film opens with her getting her headshots done and probably putting them on Facebook, and there's this idea, we have this new idea where we don't sell out, we buy in.
Yeah.
And I think it does explore this a little bit. She is, we find out, definitely underage, and she is playing that card, and she is using that to get herself into that, and that plays into the wolf aspect of it.
Yeah.
And what do you become? And the thing is, it's not what they turn you into. is what you're willing to do without them saying anything.
That is really interesting. Yeah,
You know, they don't prod her to change very much about herself,
that's true. They like her the way she is because she already sells herself that way.
which is not what you would expect from this sort of movie. You expect her to be getting plastic surgery by the 30-minute mark.
Yeah, there was no plastic surgery in this movie on her behalf.
No.
There was some talk about it, but there was no Melanie Martinez music video sort of sequence about it.
Yeah, no. So that is what I think is also very contemporary about it. You know,
That's a very good point. I agree with that.
Ruffin is this guy who I think
Ruffin.
Nicholas.
No, go ahead. It's always cute when people do that. I do that too sometimes.
Ruffin's this guy where, you know, I think this is better than his previous film, which, you know, I think two of us dislike.
I haven't seen it. I don't know.
Okay, it's horrible.
Well.
No, it's plotting and horrible and ridiculous. So though it does have a very fantastic performance by who played the mother in Only God Forgives, remind me?
Oh, I don't know, but she
had a great monologue where the only person to get this movie was a comedy talking about her comparing her son's dicks.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah. Anyway, Ruffin's a guy that I think after Drive, I think he has hit a point of artsiness where he needs one foot in a narrative, in something a little bit Hollywood, a little bit mainstream. Drive was a contemporary movie that did balance the art house things well. Bronson, to an extent, was also a mainstream film that had a lot of artsiness.
With a lot of Clockwork Orange.
Maybe that was a bit of a drinking game for Bronson, a film I really liked. It was a little too much Clockwork Orange. You know, there's a film he almost made that I wish he had done, because I do think he is an artist who can benefit from doing mainstream films. He almost directed The Equalizer.
Interesting.
With Denzel, and I would watch the fuck out of Nicholas Winding Refn, Denzel Washington Equalizer movie. You know, fuck the Antoine Fuquas of this world. You know, give me that. That movie would have kicked ass. Instead, he made Only God Forgives, which one of us in this room likes and the other hasn't seen, and I hate.
Have you seen the video breakdown of some of the special effects and lighting effects that they?
I mean, it's a beautiful film.
To appreciate a film,
it's a beautiful film. I just don't think it's a very good one.
I think a breakdown can help you appreciate something you already love, but you shouldn't have to look at a breakdown of a film you hate in order to love it.
It was just a special effects breakdown that I thought was like really fascinating.
I mean, I had no issues with the special effects in the movie.
Okay.
That's not my problem is that it was a big empty nothingness void. Anyway, my number, I think we're on 9 now.
Yes, I think
My
so.
God, this is taking forever.
Well, we've skipped a few between us, so
Yeah.
okay.
Well, we'll breeze over The Handmaiden, which we talked about a little bit, and I think might come up again.
No, I think we're done.
Okay. I've seen it twice now. I saw it again. It's still playing. Actually, I think
that's good.
As of Friday, it was still playing at the Music Box. I think it might finally be over. It's been a huge hit for Park Chan-wook. He is a director that I have a lot of affection for, and
Me too.
you know, he's a bit like Brian De Palma, where he is very much a surface guy. And if I have a problem with his movies, is that it is sometimes hard for me to have a take on him other than, oh my God, that is gorgeous. Oh my God, look at that camera move. But you know, there is a lot there, and I think some of it clicks with me when I rewatch The Handmaiden, where you know he makes films about people teetering on the edge of madness who kind of want to go over that edge, but they still want to retain a bit of their humanity. And there's always a sense of something dangerous in his films. He's not just a stylist, and I think it's there in his Vengeance trilogy. It's there in I'm a Cyborg and That's Okay, which is literally about people going mad.
It's definitely there in Thirst.
It's definitely there in Stoker.
Mm-hmm.
You know, there's this idea of you have an animal nature inside you, and you need to keep it.
Oh, it's
in
definitely
control.
there in JSA too.
His films have this perversity because not only are they exceptionally made, and not only are they, but they do have that bubbling tension underneath.
Yeah.
You know, I will say this is a movie about lesbians that was very much directed by a straight man.
I kind of agree and I kind of disagree.
Well, I mean, there is this sense that the lesbian scenes are being performed by people who learned about being lesbians from erotica written by men. So there's a complexity to that.
I mean, I'm gonna say, as the only lesbian in the room,
yes,
I'm only half lesbian.
Hello.
It's the only scissoring scene that I've seen that is even close to reality.
Mm.
And I actually really liked it for that because I was kind of like, oh god, here's the lesbian sex scene. Okay, and then the first scene, I was like, shit, that's real. Oh my god, that's actually what it's like to be a first-time lesbian and having sex with somebody. Oh my god, including the scissoring, which I know the knee-jerk reaction, rightfully so, is lesbians don't fucking scissor. Come on. But we all fucking try it at least once because we don't understand. We're like, dude, we've all tried it at least once because there is this idea that, like, but there must be something to it if that's a thing.
I mean,
bonobos do it.
Right.
Theoretically, it makes sense.
But bonobos also have much bigger genitalia, even the females, than humans do. But I could understand it, and I actually really appreciated that. Specifically, the scissoring instance was like, I loved the clasping of the fist where it was like, this is a team thing. This is a thing where we're really into each other. Like, oh, yeah, I loved that very much. You and I, Ren, disagree on this. I loved the first person scene with Suki where she's never gone down. The first person cunnilingus, because even if you're a lesbian and even if you like pussy, the first time you do it, you don't really know. Okay, you don't really know. And I appreciated that a lot. The sex scene at the end, however, is when it was like, okay, you're just a straight man and you're fapping. Whatever. Fuck you.
But I also think there is an interesting aspect to the, and it is a sexual thriller.
I was very hot the whole time. I will say. But Suki is so goddamn cute.
It's very effective as a sexual thriller.
But all of the sexual thrillers are very effective, I think. I mean, not Stoker for me personally, but his other. No. I'm saying.
I'm trying to say a thing.
I'm very sorry. I'm sorry.
All right, I forgot what it was.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's okay. Oh, what I do think was also very effective was, we do have a very interesting structural conceit of, we have some swindlers here and people aren't what they seem. And the first time you see that lesbian sex scene, you think someone else has the has leverage over the other person. And then when we look back to it, we realize that the leverage is in a different place where we thought, if not completely reversed. And I think there's something that adds to the effectiveness of those scenes as thriller scenes, as sex scenes, where our understanding of the loyalties is messed with. And that's also, actually, that's a theme that's sort of picked up in another Korean film that we're going to talk about later in the podcast, even though that is a film that has no sex scenes in it.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that was a very interesting idea that really worked for it. And, it's a gorgeous film to look at. Did you just want to go out and buy gloves after this movie?
I will say, you said this thing of like with Park Chan-wook, you're like, oh my god, it's gorgeous, and these shots.
Old Boy's a movie about wallpapers.
Yes, I don't disagree with that at all. Well, I can be on point with that.
It's like drawing a lot of influence from the yellow wallpaper.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
But with this film, me as a costume designer and as a lesbian and as someone who's really interested in Victorian fashion and someone who's really interested in Southeastern culture, the PD was very on point with historically where this melding was coming between these two cultures, but also
three cultures.
Three cultures. You're completely right.
We have Japan
and Korea and England.
Yeah.
Very, very true. But then also there is this idea of like, oh, we like to, all these buttons are here for our pleasure because we love buttoning up and buttoning down. And I'm like, yes. Yes.
The thimble.
Yes. Oh my god.
All right, we need a minute here.
I'm going to say another thing that I really appreciate about The Handmaiden is another Park Chan-wook theme is he does like to take like these really historical tensions and personify them with human beings. And you could see that in like this very BDSM relationship that South Korea had with Japan, with the Japanese occupation at the time, where the Japanese occupation was extremely dominant over South Korea, and South Korea was trying to assimilate in this very subordinate fashion, and they tried to personify that with actual people. And I really appreciate that he tries to take these collective cultural struggles and put them into actual human beings to express it. And that was really fascinating to see in a film, and that's probably one of my favorite things about the Handmaiden. And also, both countries were being heavily westernized at the time as well, but it was more of 3 degrees removed sort of a thing, because it was also working the other way around at the time too, where there was this orientation, like this oriental sort of pedestalism at the time. You know, if you look at any expressionistic artists at the time, they drew a huge inspiration from Japanese and South Korean cultures. Not South Korean, but Korean cultures at that time too, and you can see it all over artwork. So it was really cool that it delved so far into this historical context that I really liked. And Suki was so cute.
And that's The Handmaiden, which, if you're lucky, is still playing at the Music Box. And I think since it was distributed by Amazon Studios, it will probably be on Amazon Prime in the near future.
I hope so. And also, I really like the poster for 10 Cloverfield Lane, but all of the posters I've seen for The Handmaiden are like 105%.
I want
so
a version
good.
of that print on gold leaf.
Oh, yeah, definitely. I could see that for sure.
So what's your next film?
My next film is
Your number 8.
I tried so hard not to put this on my list, but it was very good, and I think it's on your list.
It's the Smurfs 3.
It's Smurfs 3, very big in China. No. It's awful title, really awful trailer, but Manchester by the Sea. So excellent and very unexpected, because I was like, this is gonna be Oscar bait.
Yeah, we talked shit about the fucking trailer so many fucking times.
Shock. It's not a shock.
Yeah, it's like the worst ADR in the trailer, and
to be fair,
the trailer is
artistically there are
god
a lot
awful.
Well, also there are people involved in this movie that are extremely good at their craft, and there are people involved in this movie who are not good at what they do at all. And one of them is the editor, and one of them is whoever was involved with the soundtrack. Yeah, it's just, but
The soundtrack's a little on the nose.
the soundtrack is so bad. But the film, the heart of the film, the acting by almost everybody except for one person, the production design, just like the thematic elements are not just on point for what they are, but are also so different than what I expected, so current and so needed. This is definitely a film where there's a very unpopular and necessary moral to the story. For sure.
I really liked how raw the film was.
It was, yes.
Casey Affleck plays a character with rage issues, and I'm not going to get into the plot or anything like that, but
Right, no spoilers.
he plays a character with rage issues in a way that I personally have rage issues.
I do too.
I'm not as violent as Casey Affleck. I usually
cool cucumber.
I usually direct
What
my
was that?
anger.
Oh.
I usually direct my anger to inanimate objects, or like sometimes it's pain within stuff. But I appreciated this because while I was in the Navy, I saw a lot of people like this. People who are there's like a composure to their anger and outbreak, and it's so very specific, but so human too. This movie. Throughout, I was expecting it to be a paint by numbers, uplifting life story.
Right.
If you go into this movie based on that trailer thinking that's what it's going to be, well, guess what?
You may or may not be disappointed.
Yeah, you're going to get a very raw movie.
What I really liked about it was two things. One, I really liked going into a movie and it was familiar because this is real life. A lot of the dialogue, a lot of the conversations, a lot of the arguments, a lot of the moments, a lot of the parts of production design. This is shit that if you haven't done it yourself, if you haven't been a part of it yourself, if you haven't worn it yourself or been there yourself, you know people who have. Mm-hmm. You know this. You can recognize it. What I really liked was you can easily look at this trailer and look at it as like, oh, this is one of those poor rich white people movies. No, this is a movie about poor people. And if you're poor, if you're really fucking poor, you will have emotional problems. You will probably have anger issues. You will be stressed and you won't know how to deal with the problems in your life. You will know people who are fuck-ups. And if you don't know people who are fuck-ups, that's because you're the fuck-up out of the bunch. And it was really amazing to see a movie that was very unflinching about this reality.
Yeah, and the movie doesn't try to patch up things in a neat, tiny bow, like I see so often with this type of narrative.
That's why I say, and I'm not going to say what it is right now, because I think people should go to the movie and see it, but that's why I say that this moral is necessary. Mm-hmm. It is, because I don't know another movie that has the same moral as the story, but it's something people need to hear, especially now more than ever.
I have not seen the film. I will probably be seeing it next week or so. I'm very excited to see it. I've been very curious about Kenneth Flanagan's work. Mm-hmm. He is definitely known as someone who gets that sort of introverted sense of anger and character, but I can't speak to it because I haven't seen the film.
Yeah.
And I cannot speak to his previous film, Margaret, which was very well liked at the time, or his first film, You Can Count on Me, which I know at Columbia they teach that screenplay.
Oh, they do? Interesting. Mm-hmm. And those are his only 3 films, by the way.
As a director, he is also script doctored some very bizarre films, I think, including Zoolander. Ooh, I could be wrong. So he gets his bills paid. Mm-hmm.
He's a Johnny Toe. That's okay. I respect Johnny Toe for what he does.
We will briefly mention Johnny Toe at some later. Mm-hmm.
So that's for me, and I think that's for Ren too. Is it?
Ren, what's your next film?
Was that on your list as well?
It's on my list, much higher.
Well, that's okay, but we talked about it now.
All right, Ren. What's your number 7?
8. Something 8? Like that.
Or number something.
Yeah. All right, so my number 8 is Hell or High Water.
Yes. Wait. I think that was on my list too, so I can check that up as well.
So one of the things that I really liked about this movie is it addressed...
Okay.
It did not make my list, but I did see the film and I did enjoy it.
Okay, so we can all talk about it. Okay.
What
will you not have?
One of the things I absolutely loved about this film is it addressed the issues brought up in a movie that was nominated for Best Picture last year, The Big Short, but coming from a movie that's great.
Yes. And also a movie that's better than the movie that did win Best Picture.
What was Best Picture last year?
Spotlight. Exactly.
I like Spotlight.
I like Spotlight, but out of
it's a condescending film, I thought. Anyway,
it is a condescending
let's talk about Hell or High Water. Starring Captain Kirk.
Yeah.
Hey, I think Chris Pine is great.
I do. I like him a lot. He's also Captain Kirk.
He is also Captain Kirk.
Yeah. But, the real standout role in this film is an actor who I have loved. And he hasn't really gotten accolades. And I'm hoping that he gets a nomination this year because Ben Foster was brilliant in this movie.
Is that Tanner?
Yeah.
Yeah.
See, Ben... Oh, wait, I'm sorry. In range of microphone. See, I actually thought Ben Foster was not the strongest performance in the film by a long shot. I think he was one of the weaker aspects of the film. And I'll tell you why. To a much lesser degree, in a much better performance, much like Jared Leto's Joker, I can always feel when he was about to do the live wire unpredictable thing. His unpredictable felt very predictable. I don't feel he was really inhabiting that character.
and I feel that he just wasn't the best choice. I think he was just a little miscast.
That being said, Chris Pine reminded me a lot of Zac Efron in a good way. You look at him and you think he's too pretty boy to do something great, and he turns around and he does it.
Yeah, but
I would have personally given Chris Pine some contacts because his acting was on point
His
and his
eyes were too
styling.
blue.
His eyes were too blue.
He was too pretty, man.
He was just a little bit because the rest of the styling was good and he was bringing the acting, but you can't control the pigmentation in your eyes. I would have put some contacts in just to double blue.
I hear in his prime, De Niro could change the color of his eyes. Cute.
Oh, I'm sure he could.
well, I mean, that could also be told. I mean, you could have a colorist do that too. There's some post-production stuff.
Anyway.
That's true, but I hate the idea of let's just fix it in
So
post.
Hell or High Water did not make your list because Chris Pine's eyes were blue.
No, it was on my list.
I was being silly.
It is a nitpick, but this is what I think about, okay?
Kira is also splitting hairs with a small razor blade.
It wasn't a complaint, it was a note.
All right, so one of the things that I really liked about it was there was a film that came out a couple years ago. I'm trying to think. Yes, the characters reminded me a lot of John Dillinger, which
film?
The movie that I'm thinking of is Public Enemies.
Wait, the Johnny Depp movie?
Yes, a very interesting movie about a very
Whoa.
interesting man that is completely terrible.
What?
Public Enemies is not Michael Mann's best film.
That's an understatement.
Well, I also feel Michael Mann's very overrated, but that's another podcast.
Yeah. We could do an entire podcast about Public Enemies, but we'll skip that for now.
All right, but I like the aspect that movie brought up. You know, just speaking about John Dillinger, the man, who was a guy who robbed the banks, but would never rob from people.
Right.
You know, because he was robbing from the system, not the people. And that is something that these characters did. They were very John Dillinger-esque in their heist.
Okay, that's true.
And and there's a very long tradition of, literally all the way back to Robin Hood.
Yeah.
But even in American crime films, I think Bonnie and Clyde.
We also, even this year, we had another film that was exactly like that, Don't Breathe, which was not nearly as good as a lot of people gave it credit for again. But the main premise was really, really poor people who are really oppressed by the system doing something terrible because they got no other choice.
Mm-hmm. But in that film, they weren't robbing systems,
No, but it was the idea. You understand? It was still from a court payout.
They wanted to be the one who knocked.
Mm-hmm, exactly.
Yeah, but going back to Hell or High Water, I like the fact that while the film was predictable in many aspects, I thought that the brotherly love was very well played in the film. There was nuance.
Yes.
There was conflict. They didn't like each other all the time.
Yeah,
there was some times where you literally weren't sure if they were going to kill each other, in the process of the film.
But they loved each other, even though they were going to kill each other half the time.
Yeah, but I just liked their interactions. I also loved Jeff Bridges' interactions.
Yes, Jeff Bridges.
Yeah. I also loved that it actually was West Texas. I mean, they were very specific about West Texas, but every element of that they nailed.
Now, I got to tell you, this year is the year for locations and movies. Good God.
Yes.
You have Manchester by the Sea, which wonderful view of
New
Manchester.
England, yeah.
You have this, which is, makes West Texas look way better than it probably is.
No, it looks exactly like West Texas. That's why I like it.
Now I have a Texas question.
Please.
Now, you being from Texas, now my reaction, being a Yankee,
You silly Northerners.
When they do that robbery at the end, and the patrons of the bank pick up and form a posse, and start chasing the brothers. I just thought, good God, this is the most Texas movie ever made. Am I wrong?
West Texas is very traditionally Texas. If you look at East Texas, it's a lot more liberal. The culture is a lot more different. There's a reason why they're not in East Texas, because a lot of these issues where like the bank systems are on a VHS system, that shit would never fly in East Texas, where a lot of the more metropolitan areas are, except for maybe Dallas. And they bring up Dallas and Fort Worth in the movie specifically. But there's shit where they're in the middle of nowhere and they're on a fucking VHS system and the cameras don't actually work. That's fucking real. That's still what it's like. It's seriously like Russia in the 1930s, where it's ass backwards and it's trying to catch up and it's just not fucking doing it.
Well, speaking about Russia, I just
Why?
one small thing.
No.
When I was in the Navy, we saw the Russian ships as rust buckets. It's hilarious. There was literally, like, we could smell the smoke before we even saw the ship. It was that bad.
That's
But
a
yeah.
lot like what it's like being in West Texas. Yes. When people have like these stereotypes of like what Texas is, they are thinking West Texas. Really rural, very conservative, not very technologically advanced. That's more of that culture, for sure. Now, to be fair, Texas is big enough to be its own country, and that's why I can split it down the middle like it's fucking Germany, because it's kind of what it's like.
Okay. Thank you for that education about Texas and lesbians.
You're welcome, darling.
Aw, shucks. All right. My next film is, let's go with Hail Caesar.
Oh, we almost watched that today. Told you we should have watched that today. Damn it.
Well, you should. Maybe
I
we
should.
Maybe there's still time in the day. You know, now at first glance, this is one of the Coen brothers' lighter films. It's sort of it is the result of a few days of just sleeping with Turner Classic Movies on in the background. It is one of the things interesting about it is it is not nailed down to any particular time period. It's just all the golden age of Hollywood lumped together into sort of a duck press. It is anchored by a character named Eddie Mannix, who is played by Josh Brolin, who is based on an actual guy who was a Hollywood fixture. The real guy is very, very different from the one in the film. And it is a very funny, very silly set of set pieces, but it's also about as existential as you would expect a Coen Brothers film to be, even one of their comedies. Ultimately becomes a film about faith and the need to believe in something, be it God or the movies or even communism. There is a enclave of blacklisted writers that come into play. There are also some really, really fun comic set pieces. Some of them are very one-off, such as Channing Tatum in a very, very gay musical about sailors going out to sea.
Is it very Blazing Saddles? Stick out your tush, that one?
It's a little bit like that.
Okay, cool.
There is a line where, like, come on, guys, this isn't that kind of bar. And the name of the song is No Dames.
Oh, okay.
So, you know,
I'm down for that.
that's a lot of fun. There is also, I'm going to butcher this pronunciation.
That's okay.
Alden Aldenreich, who is about to play young Han Solo, who plays.
Oh, yeah.
He plays a character who is, he was a stuntman, and they found out he could sing a little bit, and now he's an actor. And now, and you know, there's a lot of Hollywood stories like that. And, you know, he ended up doing a lot of the Westerns, and now they're trying to put him into a period romance set in England, and he cannot do the accent.
That's not stopping a lot of people nowadays. Put some.
No, but it is the source of maybe the funniest bit in the movie.
Awesome.
So, you know, you can view it as a bunch of silly bits. You can view it as a very deeply existential film about a crisis of faith. You can view it as somewhere in between. Like many Coen Brothers films, it is one that I think works better the longer you let it sit with you, and maybe on the second or third viewing. like The Big Lebowski. I didn't really care for The Big Lebowski the first time I saw it. Now, I liked Hail Caesar the first time I saw it. I've only liked it more and more in the months since then. I saw it in theaters with my friend Lydia, who laughed so hard.
Lydia's great.
Yes, and she laughed so hard my ears hurt. It was a problem.
Oh, I'm sad I missed that.
No, so
I don't think I knew her at the time, though.
No, you didn't. I don't.
I'm sure did.
No, Hail Caesar is a lot of fun, and I recommend it highly.
Okay, here's my one question. As someone who saw Deadpool over Hail Caesar at the time, and this is literally the reason why.
You made the wrong choice.
But this is literally the reason why. How good or terrible is Scarlett Johansson in that movie?
She's actually, I know you have an aversion to Scarlett Johansson.
I do, but she also looked particularly terrible in the
She
trailer.
is one of the. She is
acting-wise, not like physically.
She is a very minor character in the film. I think she's in.
Good.
I think she's in 3 scenes.
She does better when she's a minor character, I think.
I like her a lot more than you do. She was not my favorite character, to be quite honest. I think part of it is she just didn't have a lot to do in the film. The surprise of what her character is.
Okay.
But no, she's a very small part of the film.
Okay, well, I will say, like, the movie that I saw her in recently where I liked her the most was Chef, where she also was a side character who's not really in the movie. But she also... Most of my aversion to Scarlett Johansson is I don't like the typecast that she's being put into. If she's not in that typecast, she's great.
Okay.
Or at least I don't mind, at the very least. I don't like her typecast. But other than that, she's good. So that's why I was asking.
Okay.
Alrighty, so mine, which I settled on, and I also think may or may not be on all of our list. Dude. The new Godzilla, not the 14.
Shin Godzilla.
Shin Godzilla.
Shin Godzilla did not make my list.
Oh my god, okay. But, okay, I know that I was like, oh, but originality is most of what my list is predicated on. Still, I know this is like way past the 30th movie in the franchise, but they managed not only to completely create an entire new origin story for Godzilla, but they did put it in this extremely modern context. And it's also, before this, I would have said Godzilla versus Hedorah was the most terrifying, because I think Hedorah is the most terrifying Godzilla enemy, and I still think so. But oh my god, Shin Godzilla was terrifying. It was actually scary. And I don't think a lot of stuff's scary, but this shit was actually terrifying, the amount of destruction. Oh my god. But also, all of the new elements I loved about it. I loved the weird fetal form with the bleeding gills. I liked this weird...
The lungfish.
The lungfish. I fucking love that with this weird Uncanny Valley Attack on Titans visual, because it was made by the same people who did the very good effects for a terrible movie for Attack on Titan, the live action.
They also directed the film.
Right. But this film was actually amazing in terms of not the way it handled Godzilla, but also the way that it tackled the very real problems of contemporary Japanese bureaucracy, which I think a lot of American people looked at and were like, it's too much talking, I don't get it, I don't like it, I came here to see, Godzilla tear shit up, and he does, for the love of God, does he tear shit up, and it's not cool. It's not cool. It's scary. Oh my god, is it scary? But it should be, because it's based off of real shit. The 3 forms of Godzilla are based off of the real effects of 2011 that came all in a row. It was the earthquake, what came right after?
Tsunami.
The tsunami, and then what was the other thing, though?
Fukushima. The nuclear meltdown at Fukushima.
There was the earthquake, the tsunami, and the meltdown.
And the nuclear leakage into the ocean.
Exactly.
Those
were the 3. Which were all wrapped up in each other, which is why I thought it was appropriate for them to all be the same being instead of like different creatures, or to not have Godzilla take all these different formations. All this shit happened in the same fucking month. Mm-hmm. So to have it be the same problem that's evolving into this bigger and bigger issue that's affecting more and more people, I thought was completely appropriate. And this is something that Japan definitely needs to talk about in a film. But I also think it's completely appropriate to use Godzilla this way because 1954 Godzilla was about Hiroshima. It was about the bombings. It was about Hiroshima and
Nuclear testing
Nagasaki.
as well.
The firebombing.
Yes, it was about the firebombing. It was about the nuclear testing. It was about America. It was about all of these different problems that were killing people. And in this one, they took the modern equivalent of that, and I think that they were even more artistically appropriate in the way that they did it. I'm not saying that to disparage the 1954. I'm just saying you hope that as culture and civilization evolves, that their art gets better, and I think that that's what we're seeing.
And Godzilla quite literally evolves in this film as well.
Right. So I thought everything about it was completely appropriate, but I also was very interested in the characters. There was propaganda. Make no mistake. I was definitely kind of groaning and rolling my eyes at this idea that the movie is trying to present of, oh, but the Japanese government doesn't know what to do, and they're trying their best, and this is just completely unprecedented, and they don't know what to do, and they kind of have to make it up as they go along, and they're dealing with this the same as any of us. When the Japanese government was trying to tell its citizens that nuclear radiation is not anything to be concerned about and it's not harmful to humans for 3 years. Oh my God. So that part of it was extremely frustrating to me. But as a movie on its own, I thought it was incredible. As a new installment in the Godzilla franchise, I thought that it was more than worthy. My 3 favorite Godzilla films are all the solo Godzilla films. It's 54, 84, and 16.
And what I'll say about the film is, I've seen a lot of the Godzilla films. I do not have the same connection that either of you two have to it, but
But you love it. You're in the Godzilla fan club.
let me talk.
Sorry.
What I'll say about it is, for people who are maybe not big into this stuff, is, this is a film that understands how to actually raise interesting questions. It understands how to set itself up for sequels in a way that is actually generally enticing,
Yes.
and not just dangling a carrot in front of your stick. It's not dangling a carrot on a stick in front of your face.
Yes.
Cough.
This is not Thanos.
This is not Thanos sitting in his chair. There's actually the last image of the film is generally haunting and intriguing, and raises a lot of questions, and actually got us talking about what the 5 or 6 possibilities are for the next installment of the franchise, which I'm sure they're making. This film made a lot of money.
I hope
Worldwide too.
It did very well. And thank goodness. It also had, some of my favorite in film this year. I talked about in the bigger splash, Ray Fiennes dancing. Well, there is a dance with office tables in this film, where as the city collapses, as bureaucracy collapses, the teams are forced into smaller and smaller rooms, and the titles get longer as more people start dying.
Yeah.
And that's one of the so the rooms get smaller, the titles get longer, and they have to rearrange the office furniture constantly. And there's a beautiful balletic scene that illustrates just that. It is a simple scene that film students could do for free in one of their classrooms if any of them actually thought to do it. Mm-hmm. And that's what I loved about it. It's simple, and it did not involve any special effects, but the special effects that were there were fantastic. And there's a lot of humor in the film.
Yeah.
It does work as a satire. It is funny, it is wry, and I like the 2014 Godzilla. I know we've talked about this, blasphemy, blah blah blah.
I didn't say anything.
But you were thinking it loudly. But this is definitely the better film.
I like what you said about the offices and the titles, because I actually didn't put that together. That's really cool. I mean, now that you say it, I see it, but that is a really good catch.
And there is this idea, and I like that there isn't really a single human protagonist. Godzilla films never function well when they have a human protagonist.
I disagree.
Well, look, we don't go to these movies to see humans. We want to.
I also disagree.
All right, this is why I'm not a Godzilla fan, apparently.
No, you are.
Anyway, guys, what I like about this is a film about
people trying to work the data and work the problem, much like Green Room. There's a solution, and there are people in the way and circumstances in the way, and you have to navigate both of them. And I think that's an interesting theme that runs through a lot of films this year, even Batman versus Superman.
Mm-hmm.
So, being one of the first responders to the tsunami that happened, as well as the earthquakes and all that stuff that followed, the earthquakes actually permeated for a little over a month in Japan. So this was a film that was very special to me because I was directly affected by the Fukushima Daiichi meltdown, which there is possibility that I have been irradiated, as well as many other people. So, and one of the things that I loved about the original Godzilla film is the fact that Godzilla is representative of the hardships that the Japanese people had to face coming at the end of World War II. This is a new hardship. Speaking to a country that their primary resource is fishing, I'm incredibly concerned about the livelihood and the health of the Japanese people. I think that as the years progress, there will be more things that I pick up from the new Godzilla film that relate to some of the things they were going through. One of the things that I was absolutely furious at the time, not related to the film, was how much the Japanese people were lied to, and how much that fed into us being lied to in the Navy during that whole experience. I do kind of agree with your whole thing that says that the movie really tries to paint the Japanese government as like trying to be a lot more involved and nicer, as far as what they're doing, because like I do think that, contrary to what the movie says, I do think there was a lot of negligence that the Japanese government had during this whole thing, not informing people. I mean, when you're telling people that it's okay to fish after you have that much radiation in the ocean, it's fucked up. And I think that the second form of Godzilla, that like lungfish that's like breathing and stuff, like bleeding all over the city and stuff like that, I think that that is evocative of some of the fears that people have about like what's to come of sea life. And like if you do some research, like you'll see some pretty fucking crazy, like weird ass shit.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, nuclear waste does really weird things, and I think that this movie, it reinvigorates that fear, but in a much different way.
I think that it's really good that they take this idea of the plausible destruction of these events and makes it extremely immediate, so people can recognize the true gravity of the situation. Because a lot of the destruction that happened at the time is something that we know from history is going to happen very soon, but hasn't happened yet. And especially because there was another after this movie, there was another earthquake in the same region. And there was another problem with the same power plant. They still, in 2016, haven't figured out the solution to the problem they had in 2011.
One of my favorite moments in the film is a moment like right at the end of the film where they essentially say, we can't defeat Godzilla. Godzilla is just something we have to deal with. And I think that is so evocative of, nuclear energy and the waste that is spilled into the ocean. Like you can't just brush it away. Godzilla is no longer the hero that comes in and saves the day. Whenever some other big monster comes in, that is not the world we live in anymore. So I like the fact that the film addressed that. And quite frankly, I'm really hopeful that they do continue on with this series and that they don't just try to reboot it again so that they can just streamline it with Godzilla fighting X monster.
Also,
You know, it would be nice to see him fight like another monster, but like put these issues, like still continue to push these issues. Because if they don't do that, I will see it as pandering. And, you know, as much as I like the Godzilla fighting films, it doesn't speak to the true nature of Godzilla, in my opinion.
And also, going back to what you were saying about the incarnation of Godzilla as a lungfish, you can Google image search mutated lungfish Japan. And there is an image, I'm not sure when it was published in correlation with the production of Shin Godzilla, but there's an image for an article that says huge lungfish raises Fukushima concerns, and you can see what was probably the inspiration for that. And it's fucking terrifying. And it's real.
Well, that's, yeah. Anyway, so, Ren, what's your next film?
My next film, on a much lighter or darker note, is Rogue One. Mm-hmm.
Oh, that made your top 10?
Yeah.
That didn't even make my top 10, and I kind of thought I liked it more than you.
I'm sorry, I'm a Star Wars nerd, and Silence
Oh,
didn't
well
come out.
then.
Yeah, no one here likes Star Wars except you.
Nobody's a Star Wars nerd here except for you.
No one had every Boba Fett thing ever as a child.
Mhm.
Boba Fett's awesome.
Boba
Fuck
Fett is
yeah.
awesome.
I mean, everyone. I mean, that's not a special thing.
Yeah.
Boba Fett, the greatest
So,
character
Rogue One.
with like one of the fewest lines.
Rogue One,
Um,
a Star Wars story, the first of many.
Yes.
yes, with no title scroll, which, what the fuck? But I was. It was a prequel that was unnecessary, but while watching the film and seeing the importance of it, made it absolutely essential to A New Hope. Everything about the film that I love is how much it makes the original trilogy's stakes raise. It's its own individualized story. And I know some people are complaining about the fucking member berries. What the fuck?
Oh my god.
Like, literally, the movie takes place hours before the first Star Wars movie.
Maybe weeks. It's
Yeah.
unclear the exact amount of time, but it's directly before.
So of course it's going to look like the original trilogy of Star Wars. So that nitpick, I don't fucking get. It's stupid. But that being said, I like seeing a Star Wars movie where aliens actually talk in alien language, because like, what the fuck? You can't do that in Episode 7, and you can't do that in the prequel trilogy.
They talked many alien languages in the prequel trilogy.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
It's okay. They did not do that in Episode 7, and that was pretty egregious. I agree.
I didn't notice that as a problem. Anyway, Rogue One. You liked it?
Yeah, I liked it a lot. There's some flaws, but for the most part, I mean, it was Star Wars. It was nice to watch a Star Wars movie in the theater that didn't have fucking Jar Jar Binks and didn't have a Mary Sue.
Well, it was also, I've heard some arguments for watching the prequels before the original saga for people who haven't seen any of them.
Nope.
And I hate all of them, and the only one I can kind of agree to is Rogue One. If you watch Rogue One before you watch Episode 4, that's acceptable.
Mm.
By a lot.
I think it's still better to watch the original trilogy before everything and then
I
go
agree.
back and watch
I
A
agree,
New Hope.
but like I said, it's acceptable. I'm not saying it's preferable, but it's acceptable. Okay, that's fine. We're also going to do a podcast where we talked about it more in depthly, so I'm going to leave off here, especially since Lauren hasn't seen it. So there's not a whole lot of new stuff we can bring.
I thought the inclusion of Tina Turner as Master Blaster was egregious.
Fuck you! Tina Turner was not Master Blaster. Get your Mad Max shit right. That was actually a really great line in Manchester by the Sea. They were having They were having an argument about Star Trek, and one kid points out that there's like 3 basic principles of sci-fi.
Anyway,
One of them is the original Star Trek TV show. One of them is Road Warrior. And I forget what the third one is. It's not
And I'm
important
so
because it's
mad
not Star
because I
Trek
had
or
to take
Road
a piss
Warrior.
at that exact moment.
anyway.
Yes.
So I will check out Rogue One soon. It's been a very divisive film. I'm glad that you two like it. So I'm looking forward to catching up with it when I can. My next film, keeping it on since this has been the blockbuster round.
Shin Godzilla is a blockbuster? Oh, it is actually.
Oh.
No, you're right. You're right. Just not
It was a
America,
blockbuster.
you're right.
No, it was a blockbuster for if it had gotten a wider release.
It's a big
yeah.
franchise film.
Yeah.
Anyway, speaking of franchise films, my action entry is SPL2: A Time for Consequences, also known as Killzone 2, and this is streaming on Netflix. I knew nothing about this movie a few weeks ago. It was recommended to me. I decided to check it out. I was just told that it kicked ass, and ass it does kick. It does recall some recent Johnny To films and other Hong Kong films where it is a sort of a sprawling crime epic. It is half melodrama, half action film that leans into the melodrama very heavily. And the nice thing about that is that it has characters that you care about. It features a few different strains. There is a organ ring being headed by a man with a defective heart who is trying to steal his own brother's heart. There are police officers with various levels of corruption, and there is also a prison warden played by none other than Tony Jaa, and whose daughter has leukemia. So there's actually a running theme of people needing surgeries to live, and there's a very human aspect to that. But mostly, this is a movie with a lot of very, very kick-ass action scenes, a lot of great stunt work, people being thrown off balconies and surviving from 3 stories up, people jumping off other things. There's an amazing prison riot sequence where Tony Jaa balances on a railing and is trying to get a cell phone signal so he can escape, and the cell phone goes back and forth. There's a lot of great color work in this film. There's a lot of great choreography. This is just a lot of fun. It does the melody. I don't know. Let me explain to you how deeply this does lean into the melodrama. There is a visual reference to The Great Gatsby in this film. Wow. The eyes of Dr. T.J. Eckelberg have a cameo. Why? I have no idea. Nothing about Great Gatsby is reflected in this film, but it's there. And it's a great time. It's about 2 hours. It's on Netflix. Check out Killzone 2.
I think you also could have said it's another Tony Jaa movie, and that would have sold a lot.
Well, there are
and
good.
It's not related to the video games at all, right?
No. And there's good Tony Jaa films. There's bad Tony Jaa films, and I don't want to oversell Tony Jaa. He is one of 3 characters that the film follows. He is not the main character. I think he doesn't have any real fights till about a fourth of the way through the film. So I don't want to oversell Tony Jaa. Tony Jaa is in the film. Tony Jaa does fight, but he is not the main thing. There are other great people having great fights in this movie, and it's very well directed. It does remind me a lot of Johnny To.
Yay!
I liked Johnny To's film this year, 3. That might be an honorable mention.
I liked it too.
It's not as good as this film, though they're both extremely well made, and I would recommend 3 if you come across it. This film also looks very, very good. It has some great cinematography. It does not look like a low rent production the way can sometimes happen with these smaller Hong Kong action films. Mm-hmm. No, there's a lot of love in this. Also, there was a Killzone 1 that starred, I want to believe, Sammo Hung. I butchered that pronunciation. This film has, my understanding, nothing to do with Killzone 1. It is a...
Oh, good.
My understanding is, it's one of those things, someone had a good... Like the Die Hard movies, someone had a good script and made it part of a franchise to get it funded.
That makes sense. I'm kind of glad that you said it because I really wanted to see Killzone 2. Part of my hesitance with it was that, Oh, I have to see another movie before.
No,
I see
you're
Killzone
you're
2.
fine. You're fine.
Cool.
You're
Kind of
fine.
like 10 Cloverfield Lane. You don't actually have to watch Cloverfield to go see it.
I would say probably even less connection.
Than that.
Yeah.
That's good. I'm glad.
I have not seen the first one. If you had told me this was not a sequel, I believe you.
Okay, cool. I'm glad that you're on the podcast because you're telling me a lot about movies that I haven't seen that's making me want to go see them.
That is one of the things I tried to do formulating this list because, there are films that everyone sees, and I try to see some obscure things. So I'm trying to bring some stuff to the table that maybe people haven't heard of. Because, there is an impression, especially if you just only watch the Hollywood stuff, is that Busters wasn't great, Suicide Squad wasn't great. Just there wasn't.
Right. It's like, how much can you really talk about that?
Well, yeah, no. The other thing is you just get the impression that there weren't any good movies this year, and there
this was
were.
a good movie. It's not the best year for movies ever, but it's better than last year, I think. I would say
last year was a really incredible year. Not to start to rehash my list from last year.
Not to say last year was bad, but
no,
last year better than last year.
No. Last.
Okay.
Well, I mean, there's still films I haven't seen, but there were a few films I think will end up changing what movies look like last year.
Like I said, I'm not saying last year was a bad year.
Okay.
At all.
So what's your? I think we're up to 5 now.
Okay, well, since you're talking about obscure films, and because I only have 4 left, and of those 4, there's one film that I think isn't on either one of your lists. Kubo and the Two Strings.
I like this movie.
I adored this movie to the depths of my soul so much. And yes, I am a Leica fan. I'm an animation nerd. I'm not an animation person, but I'm an animation nerd by a lot. I adore Leica for what they do. And technically, this was a brilliant film. It is one of those milestones of animation, I think. Completely divorced from all of that. I fucking adored this movie so much because it kind of has very traditional, at the top of his game, Tim Burton-ness to it, where it's kind of autobiographical, but not really. It's kind of autobiographical and also kind of fantasy elements involved in it to make it more appealing and more artistically interesting in that respect, I would say. But I also really appreciated it because the same way that I like Manchester by the Sea for really addressing and not looking down on and not glorifying, but just understanding the emotional issues and the anger management problems that poor people are more prone to have because of their lifestyle. Kubo is the only film I can recollect, I'm not saying it's the only film that exists, but that I know of, that deals with childhood depression and childhood suicidal tendencies. Because it's something people don't want to fucking talk about. Children are good, children are innocent, children don't know anything about the world, and children don't know hardships, and children are adorable, and children are eternally 2 years old. That's more of the media's outlook on what kids are like. That's not fucking true. If you remember anything about being a kid, that's not what being a kid is like. And a lot of the great films about children address the fact that that's nothing about what children, like what being a child is like. And I do think that, like, it's the same thing that I liked about the Leica movie last year. It deals with the extremely contemporary issue that children face. And I think Kubo is another one. It kind of has this, this is a cute Japanese-esque fantasy world, and it's an action-adventure drama, whatever. But really, it's extremely psychological. And especially if you look at the film a second time, there's this really great theme of, like, what you're looking for is right where you have been all along, especially if you look at the production design, which is really great. But most of what I really liked is it shows, like, this kid who on the outside, he looks happy. He goes through life. He has a lot of responsibility on his shoulders.
I mean,
and because of that,
he's
missing an eye and his mother has problems. But because of that, the world puts a lot of responsibility on his shoulders, and to deal with the responsibility, he puts on a brave face, and people look at him and they think he's a happy, healthy child. And he's not. You delve into his psychology, and he has a huge network of problems, including he's dealing with the hardships of living. He's dealing with the hardships of what does death mean, but he's also dealing with the hardships of what does it mean to go on with life? Is that even something I want at this point? And you just don't see that with films about kids. That's really fucking heavy. And you can even see it with the theme song. Like, a lot of theme songs, or a lot of kids' movies have a theme song by a really popular artist. It's very cute and it's very happy. No. They got Regina Spektor to do a cover of While My Guitar Gently Weeps. That's their original song for the movie. Like, they're not fucking around.
Original song? You said cover.
It is a cover, but it's the film's theme song. I didn't mean original song, but it's the theme song, because also, unlike a lot of kids' movies, there's no musical numbers. There's a lot of music because the kid is musically talented, and the shamisen original score is extremely well done and very, very interesting. It's not a musical, and I like that too, because it doesn't make light of all of these problems that this kid's going through in his life. And it deals with a lot of issues, including where are you from? What does where you're from mean to you? What is your identity? How is your identity tangled up in your upbringing? And how is it unique to you? There's just so many layers to it. And I do think a lot of it is because it's autobiographical. When Travis Knight was talking to us, he was talking about how when he was a young child, he lived with his dad and he lived in Japan. And when he thinks about like far off places in fantasy, he does think about Japan a lot. So before you want to white shame Kubo and the Two Strings, there's actually very good reasons for why it's directed by a white person and also for why it is acted by white people. I also don't like it, but it's better than a lot of whitewashed films. Anyways, it's extremely personal and prevalent. I think that that's what makes it a truly beautiful standout film this year. I also think it was very unfortunate that there were so many kids' films that this kind of got got pushed under the rug, because there were a ton of kids' films that came before and after this. It also came out the first weekend of the school year when a lot of kids went back to school and parents were taking their kids to the movies. It also came out while the World Cup. Was it the World Cup?
Mm-hmm,
I don't follow sports. I'm sorry. There was some big sports
The
events.
Soccer World Cup, one of the biggest things in the world.
Exactly. That was happening the same weekend it was released.
I think the World Series was around the same time.
Yeah, and also, as much as I would like to blame it on only those two things, they didn't advertise the film well. It into the artisticness of the film, which is fantastic, but the downside is they didn't put enough into the advertisement.
Well, again,
a lot of people didn't know that this movie existed and thus didn't go see
this
it.
was, again, it was another of the films this year that, for in this case, I think some very legitimate, unfortunate reasons that people just didn't go see.
Yeah.
There was a lot of films, good and bad, that just withered on the vine and flopped, rightly or wrongly. It was not the year that people wanted to go to the movies.
I agree, for sure. This film had a lot of problems, but if you can see it,
They're all watching Hamilton.
yeah, they're all spending $300 on Hamilton and thus have no money to go to the movies. That's honestly an acceptable reason.
I mean, yeah. I like the film a lot. I don't think I liked it quite as much as you. I think I like some of the other Leica films a little more.
That's okay.
I think that's why it missed my list. I don't know. Even though I do think there are some very deeply personal things about the main character, I think the quest was a little bit formula.
It was, but it was to a point. It was to a point because it was trying to make room for the personal exploration.
Yeah, but there's
the
also this sort of like
adventure
meta theme about this is a story about storytelling that I don't think the film quite pulled off. And I think there's a lot of implications to that ending that I think the film just glosses over. That they
How many times did you see it?
I saw it twice.
Okay, I will say I agreed with you the first time I saw it, and I disagreed the second time.
Okay. Well, maybe I'll see it a third time, and maybe I'll figure it out. But I felt that the end where they sort of reassign someone's identity, I think there's a lot of stuff they gloss over. I don't think quite fits and works together. But there's a lot to recommend in that film. I think it also has some of the better action set pieces of the year. I think the fight on the boat. We don't really think of animated films having action sequences, or at least we don't think of them that way, but they do. And this one has a very, very good one.
Yeah.
And, this is stop motion animation. It is all done by hand. There is some CGI enhancement here and there, but what you are seeing is predominantly done live.
And there is a lot of
very high
animation milestones in the film too.
Yeah, no, and as a technical achievement, the film is absolutely incredible. And I think there's,
it is also a film that does not insult the child's intelligence.
Exactly.
And, it is not Secret Life of Pets. Or what's the new one out? Sing? Ugh. Sing is one of the most we're not going to talk about Sing, but that's one of the most confusing movie trailers I have ever seen. Who is that movie for? I don't know.
I like the grocery store scene,
Oh.
and that's all.
I just don't understand why it's even an animated film with that story. But Kubo and the Two Strings, however, is a film that will not insult your kid's intelligence.
Mhm.
Also, another film, I'm just going to sneak this in. Another film that does not insult kids' intelligence, it's very good for younger kids, is Steven Spielberg's The BFG, which also flopped this summer.
Mhm.
That is a film that's not very plot heavy, and I think maybe that's not always Spielberg's strength. And I think people, especially Roald Dahl purists, it's based on a Roald Dahl book,
Right.
did not appreciate that it was toned down and it was less dark. But, it is a film that appreciates these little details. It's very gentle, and I think it's a very sweet little film that makes time for things like figuring out how a giant would navigate Buckingham Palace.
Right.
It's a charming little thing, as is Kubo and the Two Strings. So, there are 2 very good kid films this year that are worth taking a look at.
Yeah, I think that there's even more than 2 because the Jungle Book was decent. I don't think it's the best Jungle Book. I don't even think it's the best live action Jungle Book, but that was decent enough. Zootopia, I think, was too on the nose, but it tackles very prevalent modern issues that I think children do need to be aware of and need a little bit of guidance and teaching about. I don't think that the film is trying to tell you how to think, but it's trying to explain what you might come across, especially if you're a young kid and you don't really understand the systems of the world. God, I sound like Anita Sarkeesian. I didn't mean that, but you know what I mean.
Oh, I love Anita Sarkeesian. Lay off.
You do, I don't. Okay. That's it. Just okay. But even though I think Zootopia is too on the nose as an adult, I can appreciate that being a film that's also not talking down to your children and is also talking about very contemporary issues that children face. Because I think Hollywood's run by adults, obviously. They don't know what a lot of modern children are thinking about. So I do appreciate the fact that there's at least a tiny handful of movies that are thinking about what modern kids are thinking about.
And I think all 3 of these, I think maybe 4 that we mentioned here,
Mm-hmm.
they're also films that feature a lot of extraordinary filmmaking, visual filmmaking.
Definitely.
And, kids need to see that sort of stuff. They need to see well-executed art. You need to water them.
Yeah.
Water your kids.
Well, I think it's ridiculous to think that kids don't have...
Or that they're too dumb to know.
That they're too dumb to know, but also that they don't have a taste
Mm-hmm.
for whatever it is that they're seeing.
I like some avant-garde shit as a kid.
Me too.
Ren and Stimpy, I rewatched
God,
that
Ren and
recently.
Stimpy.
There's some stuff going on.
When I was a kid, I didn't understand people when they were like, I don't know what's going on in Ren and Stimpy, because I would watch Ren and Stimpy and I'm like, this makes perfect sense. What the fuck are you talking about?
Mm-hmm. Got it? Yeah.
Do you have
Ren and
anything to say?
Stimpy
Subverted the taboo. It was great.
Ren and Stimpy was amazing.
But your next film.
No.
my ne-
What, does Ren have anything to say about Kubo?
Kubo and the Two Strings was definitely a film that was in my honorable mentions. The only reason why I didn't mention it was because I knew you would.
Right.
Um,
Because of course
I really loved Kubo and the Two Strings. I mean, just on pure technicality. But the film has a very important message. I do need a second viewing of the film, which might raise it to another point. But I will say that I did have a long day when I saw the film, so part of that might have influenced where it is on my list.
Right, and the first time I saw Kubo, I was like, I like Kubo so much, but there's a couple weaknesses, and then I saw it again, and the second time I saw it, I was like, oh no, never mind, those weaknesses are actually big underlying themes in the movie. But in terms of technical achievement, there are amazing lighting achievements for animated films that are presented in this movie that a lot of people like to gloss over. But then also the biggest one that you can see if you watch the credits is the Argonaut, because Travis Knight said it's an Argonaut. It's this big 16-foot
half of a skeleton figure, and a lot of the animation is 3D print, or a lot of the animated molds are 3D printed, and then they're attached to machines that work in conjunction with cameras on an algorithm, which might seem like cheating, but that is still an extreme amount of design and time and effort, probably just as much as any other, that gives it a much smoother appearance. And I think that that's an amazing milestone in terms of animation. If you don't like it because you're a fan of traditional, I'm a huge fan of traditional, and I'm looking at this and I'm like, oh my god, this is the next step. This is the next frontier. And this is the reason why Leica's not doing commercials. They're not pimping themselves out to other productions besides The Corpse Bride, which is the only one I would know of. This is why they're focusing on what they're doing right now. It's not paying off at the moment, but it will later. For the love of God, will it pay off later?
Mm-hmm. Let's Google the Two Strings.
Mm-hmm.
Is that on streaming anywhere?
Oh, I hope so. I saw it in theaters twice, so I don't know. I know you can buy a Leica 4-pack right now on Blu-ray.
Oh.
And I want that very, very, very much. I'm pretty sure if it's not on Netflix now, it will be soon because they're streaming all of Leica's other films.
That makes sense. Brent, what's your next film?
Shin Godzilla. We talked about it.
So what's your next film?
Okay,
Yeah.
so my next film, my number 4 film, I know that you had a lesser opinion of this movie, but my number 4 film is Zootopia. I love this film. I think probably the thing that I love most about it is probably your biggest complaint, which is I like the fact that they simplified some of the most complex issues in our society today. Subtle racism,
Mm-hmm.
The subjection of African Americans by the police,
Mm-hmm.
Even getting into, film theorists talk about this, but even in getting into like the crack epidemic in the 80s, this is a kid's movie.
It also
It's
deals with
great.
subtle sexism on both sides.
Yeah, it does. That was another thing that I was really
And
happy about.
homophobia.
Yeah,
It deals with a lot of these issues in the same way because they are very similar issues.
It's a film about prejudice through in and throughout. I think one of the things that you said, about sexism both ways that I really appreciated is because, so often I see, we talk about the struggles of women, which like should
We
be
need
talked
to.
about. There are a lot of things about, how hard it is for women to, get jobs, to climb up the ladder, to be respected as an individual, as somebody trying to do the right thing, as somebody of, as a person with power, like we look down upon women. One thing that I like that the film addressed also was we look at men as predators. Primarily in our culture, that is what we view men. And that can correlate with black men, which is what the film, of course, is illustrating. But there is a gender dynamic that I don't think that the film is unintentionally evoking.
Mm-hmm.
There is this notion that we have set up in our society, whether it's through college classrooms, whether it's through various things that men and women are different. Sometimes we argue that men and women deserve more things, but also like I think that we fail to realize that there aren't simple answers for things. You can't just say that one side is good and one side is bad. We live in a society where we have to work together. That's it's just not, we can't just coexist. About Zootopia, like the fact that it addresses these issues. The most explicit obviously is the racial, but
Right.
there's other issues brought in as well. Not to mention the fucking animation is gorgeous.
Yep.
The city building is brilliant.
Yep.
Like how, they're figuring out how like animals are living within the city and like, it's like, oh, what are the gerbils doing, and like what are the giraffes doing, and like how do the elephants eat, and all this kind of stuff. And I'm just like, wow, that's actually really fucking cool that they figured that shit out.
From a design perspective, but even if you look at Chicago, we have a very similar structure where we have like India Town, we have the Jewish part of town, we have like all these different cultures that are kind of segregated based off of their lifestyles, but also kind of not really, because we live in a utopia where everybody lives together, kind of. You know, it's dealing with the extremely contemporary issue of we don't live in this, what we now at this point in time consider to be like ridiculous sense of segregation and racism and sexism. We live in this contemporary idea of like, oh, but things are better now, so everything's great, right? No, everything is not great, because on a day-to-day basis, people of all different backgrounds have to deal with all these different problems because of their different lifestyles.
And economic. I forgot to mention that one.
Exactly.
Too.
You know, it's dealing with all of these different issues on varying levels.
Yeah. No, it is a truly fantastic film that I feel addresses a lot of issues that, when explaining more complex issues to children, it's a good starting point.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and there's actually a scene that has come under a lot of criticism, including from me, but when I thought about it more, it made more sense. There's a scene where Officer Hops is saying like, oh, well, you know, if a bunny calls another bunny cute, it's okay, but if somebody else calls a bunny cute, well,
that's our word.
Exactly, that's like our word. Now, here's the thing. There's been a lot of criticism, and I said this too, but when I thought about it, I changed my mind, where if you put in the actual real-life equivalent of that in any way, if you put, I'm going to be as polite as I can.
We know what you mean.
If you use the N word, if you use the D word, if you use the F word, if you use the C word, at this point, I think I need to actually say the words just so you know what I mean.
We know.
Okay. But if you use any of these different connotations and you put it in that situation, it doesn't work. Because she's already a girl, but she's talking to a very flamboyantly gay character. But she's also not supposed to be the black stereotype, so it's the N-word. So, like, what is that word supposed to be in a real situation? I actually think that it's good that they made that line so fuzzy. Because it's supposed to be like, no, we're not. Well, we're not talking about the specific form of prejudice. We're talking about that idea of prejudice altogether. So we can't specifically alter the dynamic in order to adhere to, it is the N word, it is the C word, it is the D word, it is the F word. No. It is all of those right now. And we're going to set it up by making the dynamic as fuzzy and as complicated as we can, so then little kids understand, maybe don't say it if you don't mean it.
And get it? The lines are fuzzy because they're animals.
Furry. That seems to have more to do with Inside Out, with all those fuzzy, pixelated edges or whatever.
And that's Zootopia, and that's streaming on Netflix.
Yes.
Yeah, I think it is.
It is streaming on Netflix.
I have yet to catch up with it.
You should. It's good.
It sounds like it's definitely not what you would expect to come out of Disney.
Yeah.
I was shocked while watching it because it feels at parts smarter than Pixar.
Yeah.
Well, now I have to see the damn thing. My next, in keeping with the theme of kids' films, or at least films about kids, my next film is Anna Rose Homer's debut film, The Fits. This is a very short, very haunting film about a young girl at a community center in an unnamed city, played by, and this is a fantastic name for an actress, Royalty Hightower.
Wow.
That is the fantastic name.
You can't be a celebrity with that name. Or you can't not be a celebrity with that name.
Well, also her performance makes a good argument for her eventually becoming a celebrity. I'm not sure how old she is. I think they're supposed to be about 12 to 13 years old. She hangs out with her brother in the boxing kids, who are all boys, and early in the film she starts to get lured away by the girls and the dancing thing. So she's sort of split between these two worlds of the boxing and the dancing, and there is a idea of are you going to go with the masculinity? Are you going to go with the femininity? And there's a play back in there. There's also this very bizarre set of medical seizures that some of the older girls are starting to have that go unexplained throughout the entire film.
Kind of like The Falling?
Actually, I'm going to mention The Falling.
Oh, sorry.
There was a film last year of a similar premise named The Falling out of England, starring Macy Williams. They are similar premises, and they use fits and seizures for similar metaphors of puberty and coming adulthood. The Falling uses a little bit more for rebellion and adds some more demonic elements. The Fits is a lot more mysterious. The Fits is also filmed in a very interesting style where conversations are often muffled and they feel like they're happening in the next room, and you're sort of, as like a little kid, like, you know, you're not always aware of the adult world, but you have inklings and you have like these things that you are trying to connect and trying to make sense of, and the sound design plays into that, the composition plays into that, where there's things happening in the corners of screens and you're sort of looking around her. A lot of this film is shot behind Royalty Hightower's head. So you are behind her looking at the world as she looks at it. There's also very little dialogue in the film directly. You can watch this, even though there is some eventually. The first 15, 20 minutes of the film can be a silent film, and it's only 72 minutes.
Oh, okay.
It's a very short film, and it's a very unique thing stylistically. It does work as a companion piece to The Falling. I'd like to watch them both again, back to back.
I will be next to you if you do that.
I would love that.
Yes.
The Fits, I saw this last. You know, I regret that I don't have more articulate things to say about The Fits. I saw it only last night, and it is a lot to digest. That is streaming on Amazon. The Falling is on Netflix. There are two very different films with similar premises. I recommend them both, but The Fits is from this year. The other thing I really like about The Fits is the way it uses physicality. This young girl's window into the world of masculinity and femininity are both to do with the body. One is boxing, the other is dance, and you see how training for both sometimes looks very similar. So there's sort of a sense of merger between these two worlds. There's also some filmmaking that may remind some people of this might turn, I think, you off. I know you of Lemonade from this year, in that they're not just because of the that all these are black characters, but just the imagery in the film evokes, especially towards the end, the sort of dreamy surrealism of Lemonade and other films before it. This is a first film, and I think if it went on longer, it'd start to stretch itself out. But I think this is a really stunning announcement of talent from both writer-director Anna Rose Homer and the very young Royalty Hightower, who I expect great things of. That is The Fits, and that is on Amazon Prime. I don't know if you need to clap, but thank you.
Dude, that's one of those movies I've seen on a lot of lists, and it's like, okay, The Fits. What the fuck is it? And now I'm I want to see that shit.
I don't know what The Fits is, and I've seen it.
I really want to see it now. I'm like really sold on that movie. I'm really glad that you brought it up.
Oh, I'm glad.
We need to do that double feature though, and then we need to have a podcast afterwards.
Well, what's very interesting is the way both films use or don't use music. You've seen The Falling.
Yes.
That is anchored by this very haunting acoustic folk score.
Mm-hmm.
And The Fits doesn't really use music that way. It has very little music. It uses sort of ambient echoes of rooms instead, and it's used in the same way though.
Interesting.
Or maybe not. I don't know. I'm not being very articulate here. I'm still digesting a lot of this.
At least you and I need to sit down, watch these two movies back to back, and do a podcast.
I'm down.
Okay. Pinky. Oh,
Pinky.
Yes.
That's the sound of our pinkies because this is radio.
All right. Is it my turn again?
I think it is, unless someone has sent you anything to say.
Sounds
Ren?
interesting. I mean,
Okay.
like, I can't say anything about a movie I haven't seen.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
That's kind of my rule.
Fair enough.
I have 3 movies left, so I'm just going to quickly say they're my top 3, and they go in this order, and then I'm just going to talk about number 3. My top 3 are number 3, The Lobster, number 2, Moonlight, and number 1, my favorite movie this year still, Swiss Army Man. And the reason why I'm saying this is because I think all 3 are going to be on your list. So I'm saying that now.
We'll see.
But The Lobster.
The Lobster.
I like The Lobster a lot.
Oh my God. Can we
my
please
number
all
3,
like
Joe.
squeak about The Lobster for a second for being
1 second. That's what lobsters sound like.
Yeah.
I believe.
Oh my
I've never
God.
recorded a lobster.
Again, it's another film tackling extremely contemporary issues in a very original way that I haven't seen on film. But in this case, it's about dating, it's about your love life, it's about the public perception and the
We'll explain
peer
briefly what
pressures.
it's about.
How to explain briefly what it's about. The basic idea is Colin Farrell is a man who's admitting himself into a hotel resort. And at the resort, you have a certain amount of time, and you have to go through certain activities to find yourself. And if you don't do it by that time, you will be turned into your second chance animal. And as a second chance animal, you can try to find your soulmate that way. But there's all sorts of implications with that. And if you've seen the movie, by the way, you can take a test for your second chance animal. And it's actually the best, most accurate personality test I've ever taken. I would be a water bear. So just saying.
I would be a meat popsicle.
A meat popsicle. Wow. Okay. Okay then.
Sorry, that was my failed attempt at a Fifth Element reference. Apropos of nothing.
Yeah, I understand.
I'm sorry.
But The Lobster, I told my mom that she should see it because she really likes The Bachelor and those dating programs, including the spoofy one called Bachelor in Paradise, which is a spoof. You cannot convince me that it's not. And The Lobster is taking very similar ideas and really dissecting what they, very interesting and also a very obvious way. I really appreciate films that are talking about very obscure and tangible ideas in a very obvious way that any moviegoer can understand. Because I just like this idea that like you have to appeal to people who understand film or who understand art. No. Art is for the masses. And I appreciate films that take, I appreciate artistic films that take bigger and tangible ideas that like Hollywood blockbusters aren't willing to deal with and make it something that normal people can talk about. Because we're all normal people. I don't care how much education and how much training and how much experience you have. You were a normal person once and you didn't know shit about this either. So, not you.
I know very little.
You, the people, everyone, me. At one point, we all didn't know jack shit about any of the technicalities of how do you make film and how do you make art and do you understand filmic language. No. You should be able to go into a movie, and even if you can't talk about all those things, you should be able to talk about the meat of what the story is.
Can we also talk about how they made Colin Farrell look unfuckable? That's incredible.
Because he's Colin Farrell, and oh good God, who the fuck wouldn't fuck him?
I mean, they make him. I mean, he stands next to John C. Reilly in this movie, and I like John C. Reilly, but they look of a piece.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was also extremely funny.
Very funny.
Now this is a film I struggled with a little bit. I had to watch it twice before I was really on board with it. I've seen it 3 times now. The first half at the resort is by far the strongest segment. It is a segment everyone loves unconditionally. Well, except for people who don't like it. The thing. Okay, here's the thing. It is a very dark film. If you're sensitive about dogs at all, this may not be the film for you.
I'm extremely sensitive about dogs, and I still love this movie.
Are you aware of the website? Does the dog live?
I'm not aware of that website, but
it basically any movie there's a dog, people get anxious whenever they see dogs.
We made that
we
bet
did make
today.
that bet today.
And trust me, you don't
My
want.
God, made me cry and scream and punch things, mostly Ren. I was
I was there in the
upset.
theater. I was there in the theater.
No, White Gods.
Oh, White Gods. Yeah.
Yes. I get very nervous and sensitive around dogs.
So anyway, but the film does then take a shift, and what's interesting is it shows the other world, not the sort of single world of this universe, and that is almost, if not more, draconian and terrifying. And I think that's
what I loved.
And I think that's where the film loses a lot of people, and I think because it is a shift, and you do have to get used to it. I think the second time I saw it, it clicked a lot more what that second half is doing, and it works a lot better. And so this is a film that, if it doesn't work for you the first time, let it sit with you and maybe give it another go. Because it is a film that, I've heard this from many people. It's not just been my own experience, that it is a film that improves on multiple viewings. And that's ultimately what you really want from a piece of cinema. You want something that you can take a ride with for the rest of your life, that you're going to keep liking.
Exactly.
That you can grow with.
Exactly.
Also, if you like this movie, you should definitely check out Dogtooth, because Yorgos Lanthimos is one of the most original filmmakers out there right now. He's good. Who also directed Lobster, and this
very
Kafka,
very Kafka-esque. He gets the humor of Kafka. And he executes that with a lot of imagination, and he plays with the nonsense logic very well. He's a very clever filmmaker, and I'm looking forward to whatever he does next. Mm-hmm. And this is also another film with a very, very good cast. Colin Farrell, John C. Reilly,
Rachel
Weisz.
Also, all the people whose names I don't particularly know, who all did amazing jobs. Sorry.
Yes. Who was the woman in Blue is the Warmest Color? She was really good.
Yes.
As well.
Yes, she was excellent.
Mm-hmm. For me, part of the reason why I like The Lobster is my dating life is nothing like most people's dating life, especially people my age. When a lot of people talk about dating, I don't understand it at all. And this was a movie that kind of like gave me a port window into what other people's dating lives are like. And I'm like, oh, I kind of understand. I haven't been in your shoes, but I kind of understand the feeling and the evocative emotions of it now, at least secondhand. And I really appreciated a movie that could kind of put me in the shoes of people I've never been. And as much as I appreciate movies that I do connect with based off of my own personal experience or my own emotions, I appreciate movies more when they can make me feel things that I have no experience with whatsoever. And that's what I really like about The Lobster, especially.
One of the things that I found the most interesting about The Lobster was this societal mandate that people be similar. Like couples be similar, and so often real couples that work out are not really similar at all, in many ways. And this sort of societal mandate that if they have a limp or something like that, then that's the thing that draws you together. It's so superficial.
Meters of compatibility have nothing to do with actual personality or chemistry or love or lust.
Exactly.
Yeah, which kind of reminded me of Japan, where so many people date because of how they look together instead of any sort of emotional or intellectual bond.
There's a Taylor Swift song about that.
Yeah. Which song?
You've got that
okay.
James Dean eyes and white t-shirt, and I have the red lipstick and short skirt, and we never go out of style. That's the song. She's like, our relationship isn't going to work out, but goddamn, do we look good together? And I like that.
Damn straight.
Mm-hmm.
Or not.
Right. And also, I personally like very allegorical films because they can take very intangible ideas and feelings and put them together in an artistic way that we can all understand. Whereas if you wrote the direct idea down on paper, people probably couldn't. Mm-hmm. That's usually why I like allegorical films, and The Lobster is definitely my newest film that's like that. Well, one of the two.
So my number 4 is Green Room.
I just did my number 3.
And my number 3 is The Lobster.
Oh, okay.
My number 2 is Manchester by the Sea, which we have already talked about.
All right. Is there a film we haven't talked about yet?
No, so I'm going to move it on because my number one will be shared, and I will talk about it later.
Cool.
Okay. My next film is Elle. Have you seen this?
I want to see it so bad.
Okay, this is the latest film from Paul Verhoeven, maybe one of the most provocative directors alive today. Even during, I say that because he was allowed to work in Hollywood for many years and made some very subversive films. You are raising your hand. This is not School Child. You are a grown-ass woman.
But I just want to say this because you said it.
Yes, what did I say?
You said that you were so shocked to see Paul Verhoeven out provocateur Park Chan-wook this year, and I'm curious what you mean by that.
Well, let me talk about that. So this is his first film, I think, in almost 10 years. His previous film was Black Book, which I have not seen. He tried to make this film in English for many years. All the actresses he sent the script to, including Nicole Kidman, among others, just told him to go fuck himself.
Wow. Whoa.
Yeah.
Literally or figuratively?
I don't know, but they
Okay.
Well, like usually when you send in a script and the actor says no, they'll tell you in a few days. He got a lot of same day no's.
Wow.
So this stars crap, I'm breaking up with her name right now.
To IMDb.
1 second. I'm very tired and I've had some alcohol.
Oh no, and on
Isabella
New Year's.
Huppert. It's pronounced Huppert. Okay. So this film stars Isabella Huppert.
Michelle. No, I think that's her name in the movie.
Anyway,
Oh.
as Michelle, or Elle for short, she used to be in books and publishing. Now she's in video game design. The film opens with her seconds after she has been sexually assaulted by a stranger. And, now...
It's also in the trailer.
That's in... Well, maybe not everyone's seen the trailer.
Right, but I'm saying, it's not that much of a spoiler because it's the beginning
I
and the trailer.
didn't say spoilers.
Okay.
All right. Now, but the film is... To call the film a rape revenge film would be completely inaccurate. The film is just as much about her experience as a middle-aged woman dealing with, people who was in her job who resent her just by the fact that she's her boss. They just don't like because she's a woman or she came from a different industry. Her mother doesn't like her. She has an ex-husband who she's resentful of. And a lot of it is her deciding whether or not to do anything about having been raped. And I think at first her mentality is, well, it happened and it's over now. I'm just going to move on. But, there's also harassment at work and she's getting mysterious texts. And the thing is, this is a woman who ultimately has a severe problem with her own sense of self-worth. She is a marked woman because of a thing that happened in her past with her family that is honestly more awful than what happens to her at the beginning of the film. And there are other sexual encounters that blur a line between consent and sexual fantasy, her own. And there is some, difficult to talk about stuff. And it is, unlike other Paul Verhoeven films, it's not a film that deals with as much, it's not a camp film, even though there's a lot of humor in it, if you're on the film's wavelength. And unlike Park Chan-wook or Nicholas Winding Refn, this plays its most fantastical elements, like the serial killer and the family, are played completely straight, and it doesn't have any big stylistic tics. It looks more or less like the real world, and that makes what happens, especially towards the end, more shocking, more difficult to deal with, and more so because they're wrapped up in this very believable psychology of this woman. And I think what's absolutely central to the film is that main performance by Isabella Huppert, who brings a lot
to this script that may not be there if it was any other actress. So, you know, it was a blessing that those other actors told Paul Verhoeven to go fuck himself. This is, you know, as someone who has known people who have been raped, it was not always the easiest sit. And, you know, it would be easy for me to be outraged at some of the things the film starts to posit towards the end. But it is an exceptionally well-made film that knows what it's doing, and it's very tonally balanced and carefully done. And there is some supremely good filmmaking going on to make this all work. It's, you know, this is the equivalent of someone taking, you know, a bunch of spinning plates and it's like, are they gonna pull this off? And it does. And there's a revelation at the end that, you know, I wish you guys had seen the film because I want to talk to you.
We'll talk about it once we see it.
I will say, out of all
especially
the films,
since we've talked about Gamergate and all that kind of stuff,
Right,
we will
right.
definitely talk
but
about
also
this.
like out of all the movies this year that I didn't get to see, the two ones that I regret the most not seeing in this order are The Hunt for the Wilder People and Elle. I want to see Elle so bad, and everything you've told me about it makes me want to see it a lot more.
It is a film that I wrestled with a lot, and I always think that's a good sign
Me too.
if I'm still thinking about the film 2 days later. Yeah, that's Elle by Paul Verhoeven, director of RoboCop and Showgirls. And, you know, he is a very versatile director and a very subversive director, and he continues that streak here. He has not gotten too old to be cool.
Hopefully, he's actually redeemed himself from Showgirls in my eyes.
You know, Showgirls was intentional.
Showgirls is one of those movies that I definitely put in the category of so bad it's good.
Showgirls knows exactly what it's doing. Now, I don't think it all works, but he knows exactly how ridiculous that catch-up scene is. And that's what I like about him. He's always up 2 or 3 steps in front of the audience. That's why he was able to make Starship Troopers as subversive as it was. That's why I was able to make RoboCop as subversive as it was.
Yes.
You know, 100% for Showgirls? No, but I think it's very clear that he was trying to make a satire.
There's definitely the argument of satire versus legitimate to be said for Showgirls, but that is an argument for another time.
And, you know, like Refn, he is a director that is often played with camp elements as part of his message. And, you know, when camp goes wrong, it ends up being real camp instead of ironic camp.
Right. Like I said, for another time.
For another time. That's Elle. I'm not sure where that can be found right now, but look for it around on Blu-ray or on demand, or what it will show up.
So my number 2 pick that I've already said, I'm pretty sure might be Ren's number 1 pick, and I think it's on your list in your top picks too, is it not? Moonlight?
Moonlight is on my list.
All right, let's talk about it.
All right. Holy shit, I love Moonlight.
Oh my god, do I love Moonlight.
I don't think there's anything left to say.
Here's
like
something
Moonlight.
left to say. Here's one thing left to
I cried
say.
for 15 minutes straight.
Cried a lot.
She can actually attest to that.
You definitely cried a lot.
All right.
Cried a lot. I was crying on the inside, but it's very difficult to make me cry on the outside. So there's that. For Moonlight, I cannot for the life of me, and I've been thinking of it since I saw the movie weeks and weeks ago, and I still cannot for the life of me tell you a movie where the direction of the actors is better than Moonlight. Because, and here's what, not only is the acting so even across Chiron's character from his 3 actors and Kevin's character from his 3 actors and all the secondary actors, which we also kind of saw then in The Beauty Inside, and that was kind of interesting too. But there were extras who were speaking with so much conviction that I wish the movie would pause and let me see what they were doing, or what their lives were like.
Mm-hmm.
Extras who were on screen for less than 5 seconds, and I wanted to know about their lives. And when the acting is that even, from the main character to the uncredited extra, I'm going to put that on the director for being that fucking amazing and that into it and that understanding of true humanity.
And it's directed by Barry Jenkins.
Barry Jenkins, and his next film, I was skipping for blocks. I was so excited.
What is it?
With God, Life on Dropsy Avenue, the comic by Will Eisner about the Jewish neighborhoods in New York. Oh, good God.
So he's also a nerd.
He's also a nerd, but I've also seen this with Ralph Bashki.
This is his second. Moonlight's only his second film.
Yes.
I really want to see his
And
first
he's
film.
blown away.
Yeah.
Medicine for Melancholy, I believe it's called. It's
Yeah,
very.
I want to see it.
My understanding it's a very Linklater-y film, so it makes it a very different. What's interesting is that okay, so that first film was very Linklater influenced, and this one was very. There's a lot of different influences, but for me, I took away a lot of Wong Kar-wai.
And he has said that Wong Kar-wai was one of his primary influences from this movie.
I mean,
so.
especially in the third act, it's there. It's obvious.
Oh, for
He's
sure.
not pretending. But it's also its own thing, and I think it has its own thing because it has a real incredible sense of specificity towards the neighborhoods it's depicting. It does take place in poor black neighborhoods in, I believe, South Florida,
Miami.
around Miami. It follows a person throughout 3 chapters of his life as a small child. They're separated by his nickname. I think in the first in the first name he is Little. In the second segment, as a teenager, he is
Chiron. It's kind of
it's
kind of like an Ebonics translation of
and
Charon, the
yeah,
ferryman.
Yeah, I know, Chiron. And then in the third segment, he is known as Black, and which is also kind of a Linklater-y thing. There's a slight boyhood angle to it, though obviously these are different actors, and it's not following the same guy for 12 years, because who has time to do that more than once? And they nail the casting of all 3 kids.
Yep.
They don't necessarily all look alike, but they all feel alike.
Which is more important.
And yeah, especially the third character, who there is a physical transformation between the second and the third, where there's a line in some review that I love where for the third segment into adulthood, he decides to transform himself into someone where he knows he'll never be picked on by anyone ever again.
Right.
And there's also a very intentional. There's a role model he has in the first segment, who is very subtly being picked up on as an influence for when he's an adult. You see him have the same sort of hood ornament dashboard ornament. He bites his lip in the same way as his role model. He doesn't necessarily have a proper father figure, and there's a tension between this person and his mother, played by help me someone.
Oh, I don't know whose mother's played by. I'm sorry.
She was in 28 Days Later. She was Moneypenny in the new James Bond
Naomi
movies.
Harris.
Yeah.
Played by Naomi Harris. It was a very, very good performance.
Yes.
Who is, she is not the best mother by a very long shot. There's also, this is also a gay film. Part of the thing is that other people around him know he's gay maybe before he does, and
that's debatable, and that's what I like.
Yeah. Well, the scene where it is explained to him a little more definitively is maybe the most heartbreaking scene in the movie.
Right.
I interpreted the film a little bit different, but I thought the film was more about it's hard to explain to people who haven't lived in predominantly black neighborhoods, which is oftentimes homosexuality correlates to homophobia, but it isn't always that specific.
Oh, it's also not just about homophobia. It's also about just masculinity in general. Because the whole thing is, you got to show them all you're not soft, and if you're soft, that means you're gay. And now he is gay. I don't think there's any doubt to that.
Right. But I don't think that the kids knew he was gay. I think they were calling him gay.
There's
right, exactly.
I had an argument with somebody one time where I was like, there's literally no reference that the bully has in knowing that he's gay.
Well, the mom certainly seems to know that the kid may be gay
because he walks a certain way
or something. And that's all sort of cultural biases. But it's in this case it turns out to be prophetic, or at the very least he experiments and he seems to go along those routes because that's what everyone tells him.
But there is a sense of, what does masculinity gonna mean to him, and it certainly plays into how he develops as a man and what he ends up doing to support himself. And the film is just as much about masculinity in general as it is about homosexuality specifically.
Right.
Speaking
exactly,
on homosexuality,
that's why I like it.
one of my favorite scenes in the movie is like where he essentially discovers his sexuality. Now you could say that there's the scene where the play fighting has a sexual nature to it.
Oh,
but,
definitely.
But I would say the scene in the water.
Right. On the beach.
There's so much in there's so much in like just this sexual awakening that's and I actually loved how sex was handled in this movie. And I wish more films would handle sex in this way, where it was so much more subjective than objective, which I see in so many films, where it was about, it wasn't about the sexual act itself, but the feeling of the act.
Yeah.
And I think it just kind of opened my eyes to like a different way to show sex.
Yeah. For me, going back to what you were saying,
very feminine, actually.
Mm-hmm. Going back to what you're saying about comparing it to Richard Linklater and especially Boyhood, the reason why I liked Boyhood as much as I did, despite its faults and especially its protagonist, is because I literally grew up in the exact same locations and the exact same time. At that same time when that film was released, I was the exact same age as the character was in all of the scenes that were filmed. And also, one of the places where they lived was literally the exact apartment that my mom's best friend lived.
No.
Where I grew up. It was literally where I grew up.
That's amazing.
It is amazing, and it was especially amazing to have.
It's surreal to watch that.
Well, it was amazing to be in the theater and see that and be like, I've been there. That location, I like practically lived there. That was my second mom. That's where she lived. But then to have her say, oh, I just watched Boyhood. That was my apartment. I remember when they came and they asked me if they could film in my apartment. I was like, oh my God. But all of that aside, even though literally that was my life growing up, figuratively, I identify so much more with Chiron and his process of growing up than I ever identified with the kid from Boyhood. So much more so. Him trying to wrestle with his identity, with him trying to wrestle with his sexual identity, with him trying to wrestle with his masculinity and femininity. All of these different elements put together, growing up in really hard neighborhoods, growing up with poor parents who may or may not have been exactly the best and may or may not have been legitimately harmful to him. All of this shit is stuff that I connected with a lot more because even though, yes, I didn't literally grow up as a black gay kid in Miami.
We don't know that. I can't open the book of your life and jump in the middle.
No, you can't. But I'm here to say I did not grow up that way.
Okay.
But I can definitely identify with his life story a lot more than I could the other kid, whose name I don't even remember to make the point. I know who Chiron is. I don't know the other kid.
His name was Boyhood.
His name was Boyhood. Pretty much.
Boyhood.
His name was Richie.
Anyway, no.
Richard Linklater Jr.
So that is Moonlight. That is in theaters now. I tried to see
it.
I tried to see it the other night and it was sold out. So like it is playing like gangbusters and it is worth
a lot
your
of
time.
movies are right now.
If it is not the movie you would normally see, it is not that type of movie. If you whatever you think it is, if you're avoiding it even a little bit because it's a black movie or because it's a gay movie, it is not what you are putting on it. It is a movie worth seeing and worth your time. It's also a gorgeous film, which we will talk about.
So good.
I love the fact that it's
we'll talk about more. Okay. What's your next? Or are you done? Oh, that was you.
That was you.
That was you.
That was me. That was
my number
like
two pick, and that was
a
your
combination.
Yeah, that was Boyhood is also my number 2. But
wait, what?
Yeah, Boyhood is my number 2. But backing up quickly, my number 3. Not Boyhood, Moonlight.
Okay.
They're the same movie. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Backing up there, my number 3 is a film I saw today, actually, and I thought was really incredible. Is going to be another thing where I try to articulate what I thought of it, having just seen it today. Let's see how this goes. The film is called Right Now, Wrong Then.
Mm-hmm.
It is Housei Sue's film, and it is also actually kind of Linklater-y in a weird way. It follows a film director, a South Korean film director, who is in a small town to give a lecture on a film he made, and he has arrived a day early, and he meets a painter, and they talk for a while. They talk for a very long time. There's actually some very interesting formal aspects to this film. He uses very wide, very empty shots, but then he will zoom in, not a lot, but a little bit, like a few inches, and just to recompose and refocus the shot subtly. And then he'll zoom back out, he'll zoom back in. It's never obtrusive. It's a very unusual way of refocusing the scene where another film would cut to a different angle or cut to coverage. And what's interesting about the film is that it reaches a certain point about an hour in, where they have had this sort of a hint of romance, and it hasn't worked out. It becomes very clear that he has put a line on her, and he's being a bit of a womanizer, and he's using all his stock things, and there's a point where it just stops working.
Mm-hmm.
And then the film ends again, and it's him at the beginning of the same day meeting the same girl, and only this time the conversation goes a little bit differently.
Mm-hmm.
And it continues to go differently, and you get the sense that you were looking at two alternate possibilities of how this day could go, this sort of serendipitous date. And only one, you go in with your defenses up and you put your lines on people, and the other, something happens and you're shaking a little bit and you end up being honest with someone, and it works out very, very differently. And it's not necessarily that anyone lives happily ever after in either of these versions, but you see how interactions, especially first meetings, are very, very fragile, and they can turn on a dime, and seeing the different possibilities just illustrates it. And it's a beautiful, wonderful movie, and it took me completely by surprise. And it's number 3 on my list of the films I've seen so far, and it is streaming on Fandor.
Good.
And it is 2 hours. It doesn't feel like 2 hours. It feels 90 minutes. And, having that nice little stop and start again about halfway through is a nice intermission.
Oh, thank God.
Yeah, it's a great film. It's my first film by Housei Sue, and my understanding is he's one of the preeminent Korean directors who don't do gore. I think the Korean New Wave filmmakers that the three of us are familiar with are the more lurid ones, and it was very refreshing to see something a lot gentler, but no less surprising and no less wonderful. And I love this film.
Wow, I'm really excited to see
Does
it
Kim
now.
Kudik do gore?
I don't.
Sometimes.
I have not seen any of his films, but he does some intense, creepy shit.
Okay, but that's not gore.
Yeah, but he does extreme stuff.
Okay, fair enough.
My first film of his was Bad Guy.
Are you thinking, just out of curiosity, Park Chan-wook, Kim Ki-duk, and Bong Joon-ho?
What's his face? Who did I Saw the Devil?
Isn't that Kim Ki-duk?
No, that's
Kim Ji-young?
Kim Ji-woon.
Oh, okay.
Woon, who also did Good, the Bad, and the Weird.
Oh, got it.
And The Last Stand, which is not a horrible movie.
And he's
Not
doing
a horrible movie. What kind of thing is
and
that?
he's doing a live-action Korean adaptation of one of my favorite anime films
And
of all
mine
time,
too.
Jinro the Wolf Brigade.
Yes.
Well, fantastic. And we had a film this year, I think, Kim Ji-woon, which I haven't seen yet, that I'm excited to see. I forget the name. I think it's The Time of Shadows or something similar.
Okay.
And this is the film that's being submitted as Korea's official pick for the Oscars, and it is sort of a third man riff. And look, Handmaid would have been nice. Right Now, Wrong Then would be nice.
No, it's not that. It's just that it's always disappointing to see the distinct lack of any representation of Korean New Wave in the Oscars. So it's sad to know that there's only one.
Well, I mean,
When's
every
the last
country
time-
has one film.
I know.
When's
but
the last time Korea was even recognized in the Oscars?
The Oscars don't matter.
The Oscars don't matter. We learn that every year, all over again.
And but anyway, right now, Wrong Then is a fantastic film.
How many do you have left too?
I have one more after this because we've already
Okay.
talked about Moonlight. Do you have any more left?
I have one more left.
Okay, so
She has none more, and you have
you
one more.
go, and maybe we'll save 2 sentences about Moonlight. We'll go into my last.
Okay. Swiss Army Man. Good God, do I adore this movie. And I was kind of worried because the first time I saw it, I cried tears of joy for the first time in my life ever. Because I was so fucking happy watching this movie. And then I was terrified that if I saw it again, what am I going to think about it? There's no way I'm going to love it that much the second time. And then I saw it the second time, and I loved it at least as much, if not more, if that's possible.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God. Even if you don't love it the same way I love it, you can't fault it for not being true to itself and trying to do something original and trying to be extremely different than anything else you've fucking seen. And if you know nothing about it, watch the music video, Turn Down for What? And if you like that and you want to see a movie by those people, watch Swiss Army Man. Because that's the best promotion I can give for Swiss Army Man, because I fucking loved Turn Down for What so much. And then I saw Swiss Army Man and I loved it so much more than that. And it's one of those movies that, as much as I can point out specifically all the other movies, exactly what it is that I do or do not love about it, Swiss Army Man is very hard for me to say, because it's so much of the spirit and the freedom and the struggle and this not understanding how you fit in with society and be out of society and really freeing yourself and understanding that you're someone completely different that you didn't know that you were. That it's hard to say specifically, like, look at this scene and it illustrates this, but when you put the whole thing together and you walk out of the movie and you get this whole package, it's truly extraordinary.
And it's a lot more than just a movie where a corpse is reanimated by farts.
Yeah.
You know, but that is worth talking about. I would say that this, Swiss Army Man didn't make my list. I'm still I need to see it a second time. But it is certainly one of the most daring American films of the year.
American specifically, yes.
Yes.
I agree.
Because it's not just a matter of, some directors took a sort of Sundancey type movie and put farts and boners in it to make it stand out, because it all integrates naturally, and there is a weird sweetness to it. And the film kind of goes back and forth between being a spoof of twee, whimsical, independent Sundance bullshit and kind of being that twee, independent Sundance bullshit movie in a good way. There's a lot of honesty, and there's also a lot of creepiness, and this is a film with, borderline necrophilia. I don't think that's a spoiler.
Well, I think it plays into the farts and the boners, where it's like, we don't like it, but it's natural, and we need to recognize that that's a part of our bodies and something that we do all the time.
It's not just something that we do all the time. It's all the other things in the world that you're supposed to do all the time, like interact with people and have relationships. And I think, and the film links the biological to societal in a very sincere and honest way, and I think that's what really works about. And then there is, well, we can't talk about it, but there is the ending, which, well, gee golly gosh, that is a twist. It is an M. Night Shyamalan level twist, and I think it works.
I think it does too. And if we can talk spoilers for a second, I think that why it works.
Spoilers. Okay.
Spoilers light.
Okay, so I'm not going to say.
I'm not going to say specifically what happens, but I'm going to say if you've seen it, this is why I think it works.
The look on Mary Elizabeth Winstead's face.
Yes. But I think that's the reason why it works, is because part of what the film is you can talk about how it's about repressed homosexuality or being transgender or not fitting in with society or any of these other not fitting in. But at the very end, I think a big part of what it is it's about
either being legitimately crazy or thinking that you're crazy, and it being real to you and having other people recognize how real it is.
Mm-hmm.
Because the thing is that at the end, all of that shit that he said was real, and everyone said that it wasn't, and the audience thinks, oh my god, none of it was real, and it's captured on tape. That is the external recognition of what he's going through at that time, whatever you might interpret it to be, depending on who you are.
Mm-hmm.
No matter what you think is going on in your life that other people can't understand, it's that need for the recognition that it's real to you.
Mm.
And I think that is extremely important to have. Like, extraordinarily important, that no matter what you're going through and what's happening, you need at least somebody to look at you and know that it's genuine and you're not making shit up. That is real to you, as real as anything else that could be happening.
And word, man. I think that was your clap moment for the night. Yes. Yeah, that's Swiss Army Man. Is that on streaming somewhere?
I don't think so.
I don't think it is. Which
Well, it's
makes
probably
me
on.
very
It is on
sad.
demand. It's on demand. It's on iTunes. Check it out. You know, I will say that is. It is one of the most unique feature debuts I've seen in a while,
Mhm.
and being able to pull it off so organically. You know, it's a thing that could fail horribly. It is a gigantic risk of a movie.
And
And
it
it
almost failed
failed.
many times.
The concept failed about 20 years before.
Yeah. They've been trying to make the film this long. What?
Weekend at Bernie's.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
No, this is not
This-
Weekend at
Well,
yeah,
yeah,
so many
but
people
like
compare
I
it to Weekend at
watched,
Bernie's, but
why?
it has
They're-
I
nothing in
watched
common.
Weekend at
In any
Bernie's
way.
in like preparation, and like I was like, God, this movie's fucking awful, and then I couldn't stop
only-
laughing. I fucking love this.
The
movie.
only two things that they have in common is that there's sand in both movies. That's about
Well,
as
and
much as
There's
they have in
sand
common.
and dead bodies.
Kinda,
Okay,
not really.
it's a stretch,
Not
but
really.
the thing, well, you know, the thing is, you know, if the Danielles, the two directors who
Right.
primarily done music videos and commercials, if they can do this again, we can be looking at some major filmmakers,
I
and
hope so.
that's exciting. Now it's gonna be hard for them to do something like this again, but they are definitely problem solvers. So you know they have that going for them. So we'll see. It's a career watch.
Commercialization is going to be the hardest thing for them.
Oh, I don't think they're gonna try to do that.
But also the other thing I want to say is, like, we've talked a lot about the directors that we've seen in person, but out of all the directors, I want to give a shout out to the Daniels for trying so fucking hard to at least make it to their audience. When we went to go see them, to see their movie, they were there, but they had a 10 o'clock flight that night for a 7 p.m. showing. So they showed up for 15 minutes before the movie, and they attempted to talk to the audience as much as they could. And they were like, by the way, after you see the movie, if you want to talk to us, you know, Twitter us here, email us here. They tried so hard to connect with the audience and to make that effort as much as they could, even though they were under extreme pressure.
Well,
and I appreciate them for
nice.
trying.
That's nice.
It's extremely nice that they really tried their best and were working under the wire to try to connect with the people who were going to see their film. I really, really, really appreciated that. And they gave me a Dana Radcliffe beach towel, and that was super cool. That was definitely one of the highlights of my year.
That's nice.
Yeah, so I definitely adore that film very, very, very much, and the soundtrack a lot too, and the production design. You know, we can talk about technicalities all day long, but really, it's what the movie is
Mhm.
altogether. That, like, when I see it over and over and over again, I just love more and more every time.
And let's see. And you're done, Ren. My number 2 was
I'm so sorry.
you go. You take. He gets a break. He gets a break. My second to last film we've talked about already, Moonlight. I just want to say one more thing about the film. It is stylistically gorgeous.
Yes.
Cinematography, it breaks a lot of rules. That the film has filter reflections, it has buzzed focus, but it's all to a purpose and to a style, and it is a looker of a film, and it has a sensitivity and a beauty to it. And the film, it has great use of music as well, and it's a gorgeous piece stylistically, and it has a real which, you know, wouldn't matter if the actual film didn't work, and luckily it all does. So, you know, That's Moonlight. It's playing. Go see it.
And Janelle Monáe.
Janelle Monáe.
She's my girl.
Mhm.
I was so happy to see her.
Now, there are still a lot of films I have not seen this year that could end up being somewhere on this list. But I would be shocked if I saw any film that supplanted my current number one.
Which is?
Embrace of the Serpent. Ciro Guella. Film of takes place in the Amazon rainforest in 2 different time periods. Multiple time periods seems to be a recurring theme a lot this year. It starts in the 20s. It's very unclear, and we see a shaman being brought a white man who is very sick, and he is trying to find a rare flower that might be able to save his life. And the shaman doesn't want to help him out because he's a white guy and he's destroyed his village and he feels disconnected from his people. And eventually he's like, well, he's still a person. I'll help him. And, they go off into the jungle together. And then there is another segment that weaves in and out very poetically that takes place years later when that shaman is an old man and having problems with memory and has forgotten his people and where they live and where this flower resides. And there's another white man, a photographer, who's also looking for things. And what I think is really interesting about this film is that, we've seen films like this, Aguirre, The Wrath of God, and to a lesser degree, Apocalypse Now. And what this film does is it makes the native peoples the protagonists, not side characters that have a few moments of dimensionality. They are the shaman is the protagonist of the film. There's another native person who is a little more affluent, who is also the other protagonist. And the white man is in there too. And they are a triangle of people working together. And there's this camaraderie and there's this attempt to bridge this gap between cultures. But it's not in a sappy way. This is a very mystical film that does not exotify its characters. It's this beautiful black and white digital cinematography that just these beautiful gray tones of the mountains and the skin and the jungle and the water, everything ripples and shimmers. What I don't like this film because it's PC. I like the film because what it does with its PC-ness, if that makes any sense at all. No, this isn't working.
As someone who hasn't seen it, I'm a little confused by what you mean by that statement.
As somebody who loves the 2 films that you mentioned, and somebody who really wants to see films about indigenous people from their perspective, I'm fucking sold, man.
I'm sold on seeing the movie.
It's streaming on Amazon. It's a very unusual film.
Is it on Netflix?
I recently saw it. I recently saw Aguirre, The Wrath of God. I think this is about as good as Aguirre, The Wrath of God.
Wow.
And as someone, and also, personally, I'm Puerto Rican. I'm very keenly aware there are no native Puerto Ricans because of the history of imperialism. Mm-hmm. We were all wiped out, and my people are descendants of slaves and natives brought from other parts of the country. So even though I am not from South America, I recognize my history dimly reflected in this film. That might be one of the reasons I connected to it. Another is because it's a gorgeous, beautiful, mystical film about people who can dream, people who can't dream, people who want to dream, and people who are trying to see what other people are worth. And it is about people who, they can't see each other as people, and they're trying to. It's a very simple human message. It's a very old-fashioned human message, but it's one that is approached very deeply and sincerely. And I really loved Embrace of the Serpent, and I knew about 20 minutes in this was probably going to be it for me.
Awesome. I'm sold. I want to see it, especially because I can actually see it legally and easily, because there's a case to be made for piracy, and there is a case that I can understand, but I always really want to at least try to do it legally.
Yeah.
So then whoever makes it makes
there's only
there's
only 3 films that I can advocate for piracy, and that's the George Lucas Star Wars trilogy.
Right.
Because when you're going to do what the fucking artist did with the Jesus painting, to
Oh my god!
no,
I know
that's
I know what you're talking about.
yeah,
It's apropos.
yeah. If you're going to do that to films, and for the sake of preserving the original intention of the film, yeah, bootleg those.
I will say this is a very unusual year where a lot of our picks that aren't in theaters are available to stream somewhere.
Thank God.
Amazon has it, I think, about 3 or 4 of my picks. Netflix has a few more. This is a pretty good year for being able to stream a lot of the best movies. So a lot of the best movies of the year are either on streaming or they're in theaters.
That's because a lot of the best movies this year are not Hollywood big budget movies where they want to have the marketing capital on the
It
film.
almost never is anyway.
Well, that's true, but I especially love that
And
now there is a market to easily access independent films that are amazing and people should see.
And let's wrap this up so we can do New Year's together. We have 5 minutes.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, like there's like
All right.
4 minutes left. I think with the remaining time, maybe we can each go around and say like our absolute favorite TV show this year.
I don't
Number
watch
one.
TV.
You don't watch any
No.
at all?
Not really. I mean, you guys do it fine.
Well, we do like streaming services. We don't watch like live TV. Good God! But
I mean, I like the Colbert Report this year.
if that's your number one pick, you can pick that.
I don't watch a lot of TV anymore. I started watching The Young Pope.
Again, Pope. Okay.
Yeah, that premieres officially on HBO in January. Fuck Westworld. It's about the young Pope.
I'm gonna say my number one pick for TV season this year is also what I think might be possibly, I'm not saying for sure, for fact, but possibly the best TV show ever, even though I'm not sure if it's actually on television anywhere. Black Mirror, their season 3. The reason why I really adore Black Mirror is as much as I love the Twilight Zone, yes, as much as I love the Twilight Zone was kind of subjugated to the problems of broadcasting on television where you kind of see the same episodes over and over again.
You are not
'Cause there were
telling me that Black Mirror is
reruns.
better than the Twilight Zone.
I'm not saying it's
Yes.
better. Wait.
You're wrong.
No.
No.
Maybe you are. I'm not saying it's better than the Twilight Zone. I'm saying it's more contemporarily appropriate.
Yes, because it came out 40, 50 years later, but
Exactly.
Mm.
You hope that as art and culture goes
Well-
along that it gets better.
Well, I'll put it this way.
You
It's
hope that
as
there's
good.
advancements.
It's as good as to modern times as what the Twilight Zone is to their times.
Exactly.
You know, if you're talking about
I'm not-
the grand scheme of things, of course the Twilight Zone is better. But if you're
I'm
talking,
not agreeing with you yet.
Well, yeah, exactly, because you haven't seen it yet.
I've
So,
seen Black Mirror.
how much?
I'm a few episodes short of this season, but I've seen most of it, and I like it. I just don't think it's quite the Twilight Zone yet.
That's okay.
It suffers from the longer format.
The longer format, isn't it like a half hour?
No, they're
hour,
An hour? Okay.
and
Some of
the
them are
But
last.
it's more focused than
Yeah.
the Twilight Zone ever
I-
was. Because, like I said,
but
in
the focus
today's.
limits it.
The focus on technology limits it.
But
All
that's
right,
the thing.
so we have
is-
2 minutes.
So
Wait.
this has been all walks of film. We like all movies except for Batman.
we like all movies except for the live action comic book movies, even though we like some of them, some of us maybe, kinda.
Hellboy for life.
I wasn't talking about Hellboy. I was talking about this year.
All right, signing out.
Wait, are we gonna do the countdown? We're right there.
Well, yes, but log off first.
Wait, what?
We're not sharing this with the world, are we?
No.